Hello, and welcome to Laurence Plays, and we're having an extra Saturday stream today because, well, Factorio 2.0 is going to be coming out fairly soon, and we still haven't got yellow science up and running in this game yet, so we thought we'd try and have a little bit of an extra chance to try and, boot things forward a little bit further forwards while we're at it, and while we for some reason seem to both actually have some free time, which makes a bit of a change. So, what's been going on recently? Let's have a little bit of a recap, and I'll flick over to my view as is traditional. So, the factory has grown. One of the biggest growths we managed, that sounds wrong, but you know what I mean, was over here. We've now pushed the defences back all the way over to this point, rather than letting the biters come scurrying all the way around here and poke their noses in here and up here, where we had turrets previously. And so that's meant we've got a bit more space to play with, and I think Jen has plans for this area up here, this sort of slightly Norway-looking area. So we'll see how that goes on. There's a bit of building going on down here as well. We've got the turrets extending outwards, and there's no wall at the moment, so that's possibly another thing to go on the to-do list, is put some wall in some red chests so the bots can get that built. And then, well, we've got some unfriendlies over here, so we might need to deal with them, because that was another thing on the list that we noticed. They're a bit too close for comfort, so maybe extending this wall over to here, and well, we'll see. That's kind of up to Jen. It's very much her decisions around these sort of things. I think the two most exciting things that happened last time was, one was that Jen became a proper Factorio player by getting run over by a train. So that was much to everyone's delight and amusement, because we're all evil sadist types around here. There's a new power station being built down here now. So this is getting a coal feed directly from the coal mine down here. So some more mining drills in here, pumping lots of coal up here. So that's going to keep us with a decent amount of power for at least for a while, and is very, very expandable in the future, because there's loads of space around here. And the other really exciting thing, or at least the thing that I found quite exciting, was that Jen learned the value of copy-pasting decent-sized chunks of blueprint. So all of these refineries along here are very, very similarly set up, as you can tell, because after I think of possibly getting a third one in manually, she then went in and copy-paste and put some more of them in, and that was really quick and easy. And now, thanks to doing that, we've got loads of petroleum gas and a decent amount of heavy oil and no light oil, but that doesn't really matter because we're just turning light oil into petroleum gas at the moment, so that's all fine. Is that a pretty good summary of what happened last time? I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. The last session there was quite a lot of sort of going around fighting fires and looking for crises and sorting out some of the crises as well. The biggest one being the lack of petroleum gas, which has now been fixed, and we've now got red circuits trickling through here again because we have a healthy supply of plastic. However, that means we now have a shortage of green circuits, and it just always goes back and back up the chain, and it's always green circuits. So let's hand back over to Jen, and we'll see what she wants to do today.
Okay, right.
I was going to say no pressure, but actually some pressure.
Yeah, some pressure. Right. First things first, I'm going to get another research on the go. So that's running something. Energy weapons discharge damage even. Military, we haven't done much in the space military. Lab research speed, is that worth that?
It'll make your researchers go a bit faster. It's whether that's how valuable you think that is.
Just what it says. Does what it says on the tin.
Pretty much, yes. And hello to Regular as well, who's hit a 30 stream streak, which is that's impressive. Not missing any streams for 30 streams. Yeah, you're definitely living up to your name. Well done.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I've missed more. I think I've missed more streams than that, to be honest. And I'm the streamer.
Okay. So yeah, we do need to get the defences. Where's that biter nest there? And we've got no actual wall, so we can chuck a load of wall in a box.
Yes,
we're making walls somewhere, aren't we?
Yeah, it's being made for the military science packs. So there's quite a lot of it, but it's being made a lot faster than it's being used because we're not doing military science at the moment. So you could potentially find a way to automate putting that into a box, into a red chest. That could be quite useful. If you want a bit of a challenge, you could try and find a way of doing it in such a way that it's prioritised for going to the grey science packs, and a lower priority for putting into the logistics system. Or you could just put some of it in the logistics system if you want to do it the easy way. It's up to you. How challenged do you want to be?
Okay, so this is where. Right, yeah. I mean, at the moment it's backed up completely.
Yes. Yeah, we're not doing
so it's not
military
actually
researches at the moment, so you don't need to. So there's then it's not being used up, and therefore you've got plenty of it.
Like getting in, just trying to work out how I'm going to get something in here to put a red box in. Unless I. The splitters, not the splitters, the inserters that I can get to prioritize, is it? Is that what?
That wasn't the way I was thinking of doing it, but it certainly it would be possible to do so, certainly.
I just don't know how I'm going to put it.
Hello, Conrad. Yes, we're doing an extra stream because we were both free, and well, there's only a certain amount of time before Factorio 2 comes out, and I shall be doing that instead. So, yeah.
Bum. How can I get in?
Oh yes, regular as a suggestion for you. It would be quite a good way of doing it.
This one tile right. Oh.
Well, it wouldn't be necessarily move it, but put in an additional one tile to the right, and then there's quite a convenient place where you'd be able to put a red chest in.
Okay.
I can see you trying to logic your way through this.
Yeah, you can literally see.
I can hear the gears grinding, turning.
Can I put a box on the belt?
No.
No.
But you could free up space. He's saying you could free up space for a box. So if you put another red inserter there, like that. Now at this point, you've got two. The two red inserters are both feeding onto the belt, and you don't need to have both of them feeding onto the belt.
So I could take this bit of belt up and put a box there.
Exactly.
Got boxes.
Not that you have any, but you'd have to copy and paste one from somewhere elsewhere, and in order to get the bots to bring it over, because you don't have logistics bots yet to bring stuff over to you. So that would be a reason not to do the cargo size tech at this point, because it wouldn't really help, because we're not using logistics bots. So the cargo size doesn't really matter at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to pick up the box first. Sorry, pick up the belt first. So, right click. There you go. Now you can put a box
it was because I had something in my hand.
Oh, okay. Right. So, in a moment, a bot will come over. It'll drop off a cargo chest. A storage chest here. Provider chest. That's what the word I was looking for. And then you can start.
And we'll need to limit it, otherwise I'll end up with.
Yes. Here it comes.
Here it comes.
Boink.
Nice.
Oh, here comes
a decent
the box
amount
to steal it
for
all.
them, don't we?
Yeah.
How many does it hold in each thing? 10?
100.
Or...
The stack size is different for different things. If you look in your inventory, you can see that wall you've got in the bottom left there. That's stacking up to 100, and it'll be the same in a box as well. Whereas you can see that the ammunition is stacking up to 200, and I'm looking for other examples. Oh, the underground belts at the top only stack up to 50. So it varies depending on the item type.
Okay, maybe. Oh.
So.
2, 4, 6. Limit it to that for now.
Okay.
If we're using them quickly.
Yeah, you can always it can be changed in the future if necessary. Yeah.
Right. Engines are running really slow. That was another thing I wanted to look at.
Yes. So they're being made just over here. But there is only one machine making them, so it's running flat out. It's made 7,316 of them, but that isn't. But it's not fast enough, basically.
Not fast enough, so we've got a bit of a.
Oh yes, you're right, regularly. Yes, at the end of the last stream, I introduced Jen to the circuit network, and this is going to overwhelm you a bit. But if I tell you all about this, then maybe in the future you'll remember how things sort of what's possible, and then can ask questions about it later, and I'll remind you. Do you remember anything about what was possible?
Very little. I was very tired by that point in the stream. But I remember stuff being possible.
Stuff, but not what. Okay. Right.
Stuff.
I was hoping you'd remember the sort of things that could be done, even if you didn't necessarily remember the hows and the whys and the wherefores and so on. But okay. So what we did over here was we hooked up a RoboPort to an inserter and told the inserter to watch how many bots are. What is it? How many available construction bots there are, and if that got down to 0, then to make some more. We also programmed an inserter to see how many. So that was this one here. And also if you mouse over the pylon, it'll tell you how many bots you've got and how many of them are available. Yep, there you go. So you've got 621 bots, and they're all available at the moment. And then up here, we've got this inserter is monitoring the logistics network and is saying if there's less than 20 red chests in the logistics network as a whole, then build some more. And the idea of that is you can use that to get round having to put limits on all of your chests, basically. You can.
Yes.
So you and it will also mean if there are any available elsewhere in the network, then they can be used up first before it uses them, before it makes any more and puts them into the chest here. And you can connect lots and lots of things to the circuit network. For example, you can connect belts to the circuit network, and you can have it either read the contents of the belt or start and stop the belt depending on signals that come in. You can connect pumps to the circuit network and have it turn the pumps on and off based on amounts of fluid in a tank, or you could have it turn the fluids on and off based on how many bots are in this RoboPort. That'd be an odd thing to do, but you could do it. So there's lots and lots of options.
Okay. To remember that and play that at some point.
It's mostly if you want to tell something to start or stop running at certain times, and it gives you control. You can connect things up in order to do so. If you remember that much of it, then that's probably going to be enough, and then we can go into it in a bit more detail when you actually want to do something. Mm-hmm. And hello, Spondev. Yes, I am indeed hyped for the Factorio 2.0 release in a couple of weeks. That's part of the reason we're playing now, actually, is because when it does come out, I'm going to immediately start a Space Age run, because I'm very excited about it. And so it would be quite nice to get as much of this one finished before that comes out, so Jen can do as much Factorioing as possible before I disappear. I don't think we're going to finish in the next 2 streams, but it would be quite nice to. But I suspect it probably won't happen. But we shall see.
Be not. Okay. I want to get some more engines being produced.
You do.
So I'm just working out where to do that. Maybe I'll utilise the new space that we've freed up there.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about last time, so that's consistent.
Yeah. So what do I need to get up there? So we need the. Wait a second.
You may find it easier to see what you're doing if you turn off the highlights, the pollution and the Roboport network highlights. It just makes the map a bit easier to see because you don't have colour sprayed all over it. It's less information,
Yes,
sure,
true.
but it's easier to see the information you actually want.
Yeah. So it's gears, pipes, and what was the other
Steel, I
ingredient?
think.
I've just
Yes,
read it.
gears, pipes, and steel.
Gears, pipes, and steel. Gears, pipes, and steel. So where have I got that coming from at the minute?
Yes, we're no longer the Hollywood Mexico filter. Yes, or Hollywood. I don't know what green is in the Hollywood filters catalogue, but we had a bit of that as well, and red as well. Come to think of it, which is probably, I don't know, Mordor or something.
Yeah. Okay. Run the iron from this belt up into the new area, and then set up the machines to do everything up there.
Okay.
I think. Okay.
Right.
Where
Go
am
for
I?
it.
Oh, I've lost myself.
Press M. And
I know I lost myself because, yeah.
Have you found yourself now?
Okay. I found myself. Run. Be with. Not got many belts myself. Okay, that's quite easy.
Yeah, conveniently, it was already split off to go somewhere else. Would have split the coal off
Yeah,
to go
what
somewhere else,
was
rather.
Oh, I can bring this up here. Ready for our new area, which is exciting. Okay. Oops. Just wondering if I've got anywhere, a convenient area where I've already got this stuff set up so that I can just do some blueprints and get them bots to do it.
I suspect your construction style has advanced far enough since you were since you built all of these things that it might be better just to do it again from scratch, and because you'll probably build it more sensibly. I suspect. It's up to you. I mean, or well, you never know. It's very much up to you, of course, with how you want to do it. But or the other possibilities are sort of somewhere in between, is to paste bits and pieces over there and then adapt them. I feel like quite a lot of what you've built so far, though, has been very much built around the existing spaghetti, and therefore you therefore is very specific to where it's built. Or rather, no more. It's just specific for where it's built. In that, if you try and build it, if you try and copy it to somewhere else, then you'll end up ripping up basically everything you put down in order to get what you actually want to have into position. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
I put some Roboports down so you can use the bots if you want.
Oh, perfect. Is it shift?
Oh yes.
Nope. How much space have I got here? Do you see that? Space here?
Yes, we have finally got medium and large power poles. That was another thing we did last time. Yes, I finally bullied Jen into making the medium and the large pylons because I kept building. I kept putting down blueprints for them and saying, well, this will start working once you've made those pylons. So she went off and did them. Actually, you did. Oh, did you? Actually, you did large ones, as is fairly obviously the case because they're getting placed all around you at the moment. I don't remember whether we did mediums as well. I sort of expect. Oh no, we didn't. No, we only have large and small pylons at the moment. So no, we don't have medium pylons. It turns out.
Oh, maybe we need to do that as well. The long list of to-dos.
Put it on the list.
What was I doing? Furnaces.
I'd say the space space pylon substations are the absolute greatest, regular. But yes, the vanilla greatest, for sure. Leave a gap for the inserters.
Mm-hmm. Fine. Yeah, first.
You can put down a ghost even if it's in a place that you can't reach. By the way.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot I was doing ghost things while I was over there.
Fair enough. Why have you left a gap between them?
I don't know.
Okay.
That was what I was just considering.
Fair enough. I was just curious.
Did I need a gap? I don't think I do need a gap. So, although I've got no room for the outputs at this point.
You actually have. You happen to have just placed them in the right in a position where you can get outputs on both of those, which is nice.
Convenient.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, around the side of it.
Yes.
Okay. Make lots of those. And so they're still ghosts. Does that mean they haven't got any of them in their
Yes. You don't. These are not available to the robots apparently. So that's what the cog thing in the bottom at the bottom of the screen means. The one that's flashing away there. Those are missing at the moment. You don't have the material for construction. So yes, those are obviously being made because you've got some and you haven't made them in your pockets. But they aren't being put into a red chest, much like the walls weren't, in fact.
Yeah. Okay. How many of these do I need? Do I need enough to?
Even if you don't now, you probably will later.
Okay. Where are they being made? Is that them?
No. Off to the bit to the left of there. No, those are the boilers for generating electricity.
Those ones are.
Yes, that's right.
That's conveniently. I think there's room here.
Yeah, and that's something you don't even need to go over there. You can just get the bots to do it.
Do that for map mode.
Yes.
Although
remember, you'll have to copy. You won't be able to edit the chest limit, so you'll have to copy and paste another chest that already has a limit set. But or program. You wouldn't be able to program the inserters either remotely, would you? No, it would require navsat, which you don't get in vanilla. So yeah, you either need to copy and paste something. You need to copy and paste something in order to have that work properly, which is a shame.
Okay. How many is this limit to?
There's 200 in there. I think that's one stack. So that seems like an appropriate one. So if you copy both of those, yep, exactly, spot on. And then try and remember where it was that you're going to put them.
I do find the ASD thing moves very quickly in map mode.
Yeah, I guess it's something you get used to. You've got used to the speed you walk at, so then it moves sort of in a different way. The more you're zoomed in, I was going to say the slower it moves, and I think that's true, but it feels faster because you're zoomed in so far.
Yeah.
All right, so that has happened.
Right.
And the machine is not. Unfortunately, the machine is not. Oh no, the inserter hasn't arrived. There we go. The inserter has now arrived. So now the electric furnaces are being made and they're being delivered. Lovely. Yeah.
Oh.
Great success.
Right.
Yes, you can. You can indeed left click and drag in map mode. As I think that's what Jen was doing as sort of her first instinct for quite a long time. The problem is if you're trying to go any sort of great distance, it's extremely frustrating because you have to keep moving the mouse back and forth. But it is quite useful. It's not something I've ever used. I only learnt about that because I saw Jen doing it, to be honest. So even I've learned something from this stream.
Right, what do I want to do? Hold on, let me just think this through a minute before I fully on and put stuff on belts. Do I want belts? So this was to make the iron plates.
Yes, that's right.
Which was to make the box? Yes.
To an extent, it might be to make everything. But yeah, that's true. You could do direct insertion. So let's see your that runs at a speed of 2. So you'll get, looking at the numbers, you'll get a piece of iron plate every 1.6 seconds out of that machine. If you then try and make it straight into cogs, that requires 2 iron plates every half second to make a cog. So you would need you need 6 furnaces to keep up with what a single cog machine. Blimey, I think that's right. Oh, except that won't run quite 75%. So yeah, maybe 5 machines. Blimey.
5 machines for 1 cog.
Five furnaces. 5 furnaces to keep up with 1 tier 2 assembly machine that's making cogs as fast as it can. Now, you might not be using the cogs up quite as quickly. Actually, you probably want to be using the cogs up as quickly as they can be made because you need a lot of engine units. But yeah, if you look,
that's what I was thinking.
If you're feeling masochistic, you can go through all the recipes and look at the speeds and work out how many machines you'll need to get everything running at the right ratios or the speed you want it to come out at. And that's how you get a system that works really, really efficiently, but also it requires you to do a load of maths.
Yeah. Not really a maths person.
Or you can just sort of approximate and throw more and more machines at it until you've got enough. And the easiest way to do this would be to put a belt along the top here that collects up all of the iron plate that's coming out, and then passes that on to the cog machine. And then if there's any that's free after that, you pass on to the machine that's making the pipes and possibly the machine to make steel to make whatever. Just steel. And then when you inevitably don't have enough, you just put more furnaces in so you get more of it coming through.
Mm.
That's the other way to play if you don't want to do the maths.
Okay. Right. No, other way around. Pylons are going to get in the way.
But yeah, you can't use the large pylons there. That's not going to work. The large pylons are great for covering long distances, but they're terrible for actually powering machines because they have such a small coverage area and they're big and chunky. If I put lamps in the way, I apologise. I don't think I have, though.
Oh. That cover them all? No, that one's not covered, is it?
Let's keep the pattern nice.
Okay.
There we go. You'll need to hook them up to the electrical network. Yeah, there we go, like that. Spot on. Except that's where you're going to want to put a belt, but
Yeah.
You're gonna need you need an output belt as well. What I would tend to do is probably put the pylons in last, and hopefully they'll fit, because that way they're less likely to be in the way. But it's up to you.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go around this.
Or under
no,
it.
with the belt. I wonder why do I always forget that's the thing?
I don't know.
You should know these things by now.
Yes, we've been using underground belts for quite a while now.
Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, I turned it on. I don't know if I should have done that.
I don't know. That's not right. Yep.
Ah, yes, more inserters.
Oh yeah. It's the ghosts. The bots are still doing stuff.
Yeah, they're bringing the inserters in you just asked for. You still need power.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't quite mirror the power setup you had on the bottom side because the roboport's in the way. But
Yeah.
right, yeah, that should work. You just need to wait for the bots to come over and build and get all that placed, and then you'll have a quantity of iron ore will be obtained, shall we say?
Yeah. Right. So
Right.
that's going to make the plates. So now we need to make the gears. I think. Yes. That's doing that. So iron plate.
So
And just remind.
that can just be done in an assembler. That's a nice simple recipe.
Yeah. I just want to remind myself what else I need.
Okay.
Steel plates. Steel plates also come from.
Up.
Yes. There. Right. They also come from iron plates.
Yes. So that's
I'm gonna need more.
9 plates every 10 seconds.
I'm gonna need.
And this is doing.
Yeah, you do the math bit. Come on, bots. Do they have any pylons? Oh yeah, they must have.
Might not actually. We might know we've run out of them. We've used them all up because you can't automate small pylons in quite the same way you can automate medium and large because you can't automate wood collection. Hey Astrid, welcome. I've been asked to do maths, which is terrifying. Okay, so it takes 3.2. It takes 3.2 seconds, but it runs at double speed. So it takes 1.6 seconds to produce each iron ore, and we're going to need 9 every 10 seconds. So call it 1 per second. That means we need 16. 10 per what? 9 every. Well, it depends it depends how many machines you want to have making engines. How many engines do you want per second?
How quickly are we getting through them? Obviously quite quickly. There is an issue there. What are they actually going into? Is it just was it blue science?
Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 machines doing that. So you're using up. You've got 7 machines making blue science packs, which is and and it takes 24 seconds to do that. So it's every 3.5 seconds you're using 2 engine units. So call it so you're using about 1 engine unit every couple of seconds.
Right.
Roughly, and that's going to be close
We need
enough.
quite a lot then.
Yeah, and that's the way with Factorio. It's about bulk throughput. You know,
A lot.
Remember how we're talking about people who build factories that will do thousands of science per minute. And that, yes, that's sort of a post-endgame thing, but it's a thing. People build big factories making huge numbers of things, and if it takes 10 seconds to make 1 engine, then that means you're going to want you're going to need 5 machines running in parallel to make 1 every 2 seconds.
So we need 5. Or was that just a?
Yeah, yeah. That was well. It was a little bit out of the air, but it was. It is about right. Yeah.
Okay.
In this particular case, I'm approximating slightly because I can. No, because the numbers are slightly funny, but it's about that's roughly right.
So do we need to just pocket craft the small electrical poles if we can't automate them?
Pretty much, yeah. Well, you can automate them, but you can't automate the collection of wood because wood comes from cutting down trees, and that doesn't happen. And you can't automate that in the same way that you can automate everything else. You can tell the bots to go and cut down a forest, and you'll get a load of wood from it, but you won't. But that wood will only. You can't sort of tell the bots to keep cutting down forests. So it's better to switch over to medium pylons and large pylons pretty much as soon as you can. They're just better in every way, except for being harder and more expensive to make.
Yeah. And just in the way. I mean, that's the beauty of the small ones, isn't it?
Oh, the medium ones are the same physical size
as
the medium ones are 1 by 1 as well, so they're the same physical size, but they cover a larger area. So instead of being a 5 by 5, they're a 7 by 7. So you cover an extra square in each direction, which is very useful.
So is it medium ones that we're not making yet?
Correct.
It is. So we probably need to make some of those.
Yeah, I have 2 of them in my inventory, which I've clearly pocket crafted, but we're not making them. We haven't automated them yet. So basically, the small pylons are good when you're just getting started because they're made out of very, very cheap ingredients. The medium ones are good because they have a nice coverage area and they're fairly easy. The large ones are great for covering long distances, and the substations are good for have a huge coverage area, but they're quite expensive to make. They cost red circuits, and you don't have very many of those. They're also big as well, like the large pylons, but they have a big enough supply area that it's sort of worth it.
Okay. So we need some medium electric poles, really.
Yes,
It's just
seems like a good idea.
Sidetrack to that.
Right, so you're making the large ones down here, and I think the recipes are similar. Copper, steel, iron stick. Copper, steel, iron stick. Yes. Yeah, so the recipes are virtually identical, in fact.
Where's that? Oh, so we can make some down here. Am I still in that mode? No, I'm not. Oh, so if they're the same, can I just...
Yeah, actually, yes, if you had somewhere to put it. Yeah. You could just copy and paste it with that build.
Oh, wait, I've got a bit of space there. If we move pylons, we can probably get them in here.
Yeah, pylons are easy to move, especially when you start making bigger ones.
Yeah, okay, that's
Oh, I broke it. There we go. here come the bots. Right, so you won't be able to reprogram the assembly machine until it's been placed, but once it has. Unfortunately, conveniently for you, I had a few of the. Oh, there we go. It's been placed. I had a few of the wooden small pylons in my inventory, so I've dumped them into the logistics system. So we will have a few of those available. So you now need to reprogram that assembly machine.
Oh.
So click the cog button on the right to change the recipe, and then find the one you wanted to make. Lovely. Right, that was easy.
Yeah. Not massively keen on the pylon spaghetti we've got going on there, but
well, now you've got medium pylons. You could just pull them all up and redo it with the medium pylons. So it might be a bit nicer.
I do. Oh no!
I didn't mean pull them. Control Z.
Undo it.
So when you're doing stuff with pylons, you need to point at the bottom of them. Yes, they stick up quite a long way, but it's the bottom of them that you can interact with. That's the other nice thing about having bots is when you make a mistake, you can use Control Z and the bots will come and tidy up and fix whatever you did.
Fix my mistakes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So if we, will I need to collect some out of this box?
If you're going to do it manually, yes. If you're going to get the bots to do it, then no. The bots will pick up from that box quite happily.
Do we have some medium ones that I can copy? Are these medium ones? No. Chickens. Have we got any?
There's one.
We used them before?
We've used a couple of them. Here, I'll put one down in front of you since I've got a couple of them.
Okay, thanks.
There it is.
Right. Is it copy?
You can just use Q for that. You don't need to copy it.
Yeah. Okay. So where do I want them? I need to cover these.
So you probably put that in between the two inserters on that machine, and because it's got a bigger coverage area, it's going to cover lots of stuff from there.
Yep.
And notice the cables will connect over a longer distance as well. So
Put that there.
we can't because there's an inserter there, but you can put it close to there. If you put it more to the right, there you go, then it's going to cover the inserter on the other side of the belt as well.
Yeah. And there. Should get that one.
Right, and you'll need one more to hook it up to the electrical network. Yeah, because I was helpful and came in and removed some pylons for you.
Okay. Right, so hopefully once they're all connected.
Oh, not enough have been made. I'll help. There we go. It needed more than had actually been made, but now the system will run and it'll be okay. However, I've run out of medium pylons myself. Right. Okay. Yes. Now you're cooking with medium pylons, and you see how much we've managed to replace something like 6 of the small ones with about 3 of the medium ones because of the extra coverage area and the longer connections between them as well.
Yeah.
So they're quite a lot more effective. The next step up is, as I was saying, is the substations, which have a huge coverage area, but they're more expensive to make and burn through your red circuits, which you don't have a huge number of. But could be worth doing as well if you want to at some point.
That can go on another day's Jenny problem.
Fair enough.
Or at least later. Okay, let's get back over here. Because that was a little side quest. Which was worth doing, and it was a lot quicker than side quests generally used to be before I
learned how to play the game.
or yeah, that too. I'm just going to get another research started. DTD. I haven't really played with the exoskeleton armor stuff.
No, it is very useful in that you get you can do exciting things. You can upgrade your your player with it, essentially, in that you can carry a Roboport around with you in your backpack. You can move faster. You can have shields. You can have automatic weaponry. There's quite a lot of stuff you can do.
Okay.
But it's all expensive.
Right. So before I did that, I was doing this. So this is steel and cogs. That's where I'd got
And
to,
pipes.
wasn't it? I believe. And pipes. Yes. What pipes made from? Also iron plates.
Yeah, there's a lot of iron going into this.
There is a lot. So we need to get right. How am I going to do this? So I need them, and them. And they can be.
Five.
Is it worth doing direct insertion from the 3 machines that, when they've made them, go straight in? Or is that not?
I'd say
that limits the amount.
Yeah, when you get onto the bulk production like this, you need to start thinking about how long things take. So when you're making stuff for infrastructure, things like when you're making, I don't know, assembly machines or something, then over here where you've got the tier 1 assemblers feeding into the tier 2 assembler machine, that just makes sense. It's easy because you don't need huge numbers of them, so that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense to do it like that. However, when you're starting to mass produce things to put onto belt to take away somewhere else, at that point you need to start thinking about the ratios between them. So, for example, the engines we're talking about, they take 1 gear every 10 seconds for those machines, and it takes half a second to make a gear. So 1 gear making machine is capable of feeding potentially 20 engine unit making machines. So a direct insertion, you can do it, it'll work fine, but it means you're going to need a lot more assembly machines making the cogs than you would otherwise, because you'll be each machine making the engine units will have a machine making gears, a machine making pipes, and potentially a machine making steel feeding into it. Whereas whereas you actually only need one of each feeding all of them, because gears and I think pipes as well are both very, very quick to make. Yeah, pipe is also half a second crafting time, so they're both really, really quick. So you can have one machine making each of those, feeding up to about 20 machines making the engines.
Okay. Right. So I make. What am I gonna do? Research went really quickly. Hold on. Let me do a more complex one.
That's 3. That's a 500, so that'll take a bit longer. That's a 75. That'll be really quick. That's 100, so that'll be fairly quick. 75. That's a really, really quick one. 50. That'll be really quick as well. 500. That'll be a bit slower.
500. That'll be.
It's one way to choose your research to do. Which one's hard? I want to do a hard research.
Whatever works, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And gives me time to think about this. Right. I'm just trying to work out the best way of setting it up. So I need 3 engines, and then onto a belt, and then to get to it. So if I run this belt down here and have my machines down here, and then take it back up here and make my engines up there. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Decision, sort of. Right. Let me run this belt.
It's on the move. Where's she going? I'm glad I built out quite a large area of Roboport coverage now. I had no idea where you were going to be doing things.
Neither did I. Neither did I. Right.
And that's what makes it fun.
Need it on this side, don't I? Because I want to do brain.
Yes, regular. I think we are currently in Sweden. You're quite right.
Two of each, maybe, machines. I can't make them all down here though because I need to. Yeah, I can. I can do some long polls and yeah. Talking to myself. Sorry.
Do lots of that. Lots
rather
of
than
talking is
making it
good.
obvious. Yeah. So what I was just talking to myself about. I'm thinking I'm gonna do two of each. Two machines making each thing.
The gears and the pipes.
Gears, pipes, and there's the third thing. Isn't there?
Steel. Steel's the other thing, but you can't make
Oh,
that
right.
in an assembler.
Ah, damn. Just put those down as well. Wheels and a furnace. What's this? Oh,
Yeah.
does it make sense to have three machines doing the other two, or shall I take a couple up?
Making cogs and pipes is really, really quick. You only actually need you can run about 20 machines making engines off each one making cogs or pipes.
Oh, okay.
They're really,
so I'll probably
really
only
quick.
need one.
Yeah.
So perhaps I only need one of each.
Yes. Yeah, it takes half a second to make a cog or a pipe, and it takes 10 seconds to make an engine. So hence 20. It takes how long does it take to make steel? It takes 16 seconds to make steel though, and you need one of the. Sorry, I take it back. You need two pipes to make an engine unit. However, one machine is still going to be fast enough for that, so that's fine. But the steel, you require one steel, and that requires 16 seconds to make. So each machine making so you're going to require for each machine that's making engine units, you're going to need a steel plate every 10 seconds, and it takes a furnace 16 seconds to make one.
Okay. So it probably makes sense to have a couple of those furnaces.
Or maybe more. Okay, how many machines are you going to have making engines? I suggested 5 earlier as being.
We said 5. Yeah, I was going to say we said 5. I mean, I think maybe let's start with 5.
Okay. So in which case, if you've got 5 machines making engines, that means you're going to need one steel 5 times every 10 seconds. And it still takes 16 seconds for one furnace to make one steel. I can see you drowning in numbers.
You could, yeah. I was going to say, you see the confuddledness of my brain right now.
Okay.
Good. So at least 2.
Yes. Yeah. See, so it's.
I've only got one anyway. Well, are we putting electric furnaces into a box?
Yes. Yeah, that was one of the first things we did today.
Yes. Well, that was good of us, wasn't it?
So if I'm using one steel every 10 seconds, it's one steel every 2 seconds, and it takes 16. So you'd need. The math says you'll need 8 of them. You know what you could do? You could copy paste them from the ones you put in earlier to do the iron, and that'll get you all your inserters and pylon. Well, it would get you pylons, except with there's all wooden ones. But yeah, you could just copy and paste these ones from up here with the belts and all of the other paraphernalia that's around them.
Yeah.
Hello, Lucas. That's Jen over there. You can see her in the opposite corner of the screen to me. She is a complete. Well, I was going to say she's a complete Factorio noob. Now that's not actually true because she's now played about 35 or 37 hours of Factorio. What are we on at the moment? We're on just under 38 hours when we started the stream about almost an hour ago. So yeah, she's on almost 39 hours of Factorio now. So she's not a complete Factorio noob anymore. But this is her first factory, and we're sort of gradually working our way through and trying to get things built up and go and working nicely. Make sure you get your inputs and outputs the right way around, or you'll be very confused. I think you have got them the right way around, so that's all right.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That work. I just need a couple more.
Yep. And she has discovered the magic of bots and the wonders of copy-paste as well. It's making building everything out a lot easier, I can tell you. Thud. I do like the thud you get when lots and lots of bots build something in all at exactly the same time. It's satisfying.
Belt's going the wrong way.
That's easy to fix. Just grab it and grab another belt and run along with it like this. And that's easily done as well because you don't actually use up any belt as you're doing that because the belt is already all there. So you don't use any up.
Nice. Okay. Now I need to tell them what to do, don't I?
Yeah. Well, the assembly machines at least, yes.
Right. So.
Hello, Sky. I think the day's going quite well. We're building a factory, so and Jen is going. Oh, what happens if I do this and that and the other? And yeah, things are happening. So maybe.
Maybe.
Lots and lots of maybe.
Right. I don't remember the other thing I was making.
Oh, I see, Lucas. No, she's a friend of mine from from drama groups. So I haven't managed to convince my other half that Factorio is a good idea. She's resisting that one so far. Yes, she is indeed learning the game as we go, and yeah, I'd say doing quite well. We're making progress. We're currently in. Well, the plan for this week. Well, actually, the plan for this stream and the previous stream was to start working on Yellow Science because we've got everything up to there working already to an extent. But now we've sort of fallen into the endless trap of going. Oh wait, actually, I should go in and fix this, and I should fix that, and I should fix the other because there's various things that aren't working properly. Like we're not producing enough engine units for the Blue Science, for example, and there's various other problems here and there. So the last couple of streams have been a bit sort of firefighty and just going in and trying to get things sorted out and fixed rather than necessarily making massive leaps forward in the science. So, but you know, that's how Factorio goes. You always have to go back and refactor and build things up a little bit more.
I need to take these small ones out, don't we? Because
can do.
Bots haven't got any.
They've all been built because the ones I chucked into this big system earlier were apparently enough. But we can get rid of them and replace them with decent ones if you want. I made a deconstruction planner which allows me to just go like that and tell the bots to destroy them all.
Yay. Okay. Cool. Okay, so that one's not been.
I kind of wish the small pylons had a 1 square greater coverage area because then you'd be able to put them on one side of the machine and they power the thing on the other side of the machine. But no, you just have to have a line of them up and down. A line of them up and down each side, or alternatively gaps between the machines to put them in as well. Either can work.
It's like, yeah, lots of left space in between them because it's like. It's not quite big enough to get from here to the other machines.
Yeah.
So.
What I often do is I'll put the let's see, can I do this one? No, nothing more. Is I'll have I'll deliberately design it around the coverage of the area of pylons, and that really winds Mike up because he likes to use more pylons and have all of the inserters evenly distributed, whereas I like to use fewer pylons, and even if it means the inserters will be slightly weirdly placed. So I'll demonstrate on these bottom three what I
That's
would
going to
normally
really
do.
annoy me. What have I done? That's annoying.
Yeah, this bit at the bottom is how I generally do these sort of things. But as I say, Mike hates it because it means the inserters aren't evenly spaced.
Yeah, I
So
can understand that.
feel free to rip that out and redo it if you want. This is your factory, but
Mm.
sorry, I keep trying to
What
help, and I think I'm
position?
just sort of confusing you. I should be careful about that. Right.
That's okay. I've messed this belt thing
I was
up
going to
anyway
say
over here
this
because
belt
is
this
just
belt is a
doing
mess.
things that
I'm glad you've
wasn't.
noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed.
Okay, that's all right then.
Okay. Right. And then take this up. Oh. Okay, if I send that over there, that's the steels, and then pipes and the cogs can.
Yep, can definitely see your brain turning.
Thinking. Yeah, right. Um. Okay.
This is looking promising.
No. Yeah. No, that's fine.
Yes, that's all right so far. You just haven't quite finished. There we go. Lovely.
Yay! That's what I want. That's neater.
Mhm.
Okay. Right. So they're the ingredients I need ready. So now I want to set up where I'm going to make the engines. And they're made in an assembler, aren't they? I think.
Yes. Yeah, things that made generally they're made in an assembler unless they involve fluids or they involve cooking.
Yeah.
There's a couple of exceptions. There are a couple of things that do use fluids into an assembler, but yeah. This is currently Jen's view,
Okay.
Sky. Although I can flip it back and forth. So that's my view at the moment. That's her view. So I can I've got it set up so we can show either depending on who's being interesting at the moment. And in theory, it's always going to be Jen who's being interesting because this is her stream. But sometimes it's nice for me to sort of show something and. With the fact that I've played somewhere in the region of 100 times as much of this game as she has, I'm slightly more experienced at throwing the camera around and pointing at the things that are relevant. So yes, but you're watching her view at the moment. Which hopefully helps you see sort of what's going on in her head when she's waving an assembly machine around like this.
Yeah. Basically. No, I'm going to need a bit more space to. So I've got this belt and I've got that belt. Can I put them? Yeah. Okay.
Don't mind me. I'm just running around. Okay. Like a loon.
No, what am I doing? No, didn't want to do that. And now I've just put loads of stuff into my inventory that I didn't really need either.
Oh well, you can chuck it in these machines
way.
once they're set up. Yeah, having a thing that shows whose view you're seeing would be quite nice. It'd be a little bit more awkward to flick back and forth between them though. I'd have to do something slightly differently. But I mean, it's not insurmountable. I certainly could do that. But 99% of the time, it's Jen. So it's Jen's view. So it's not too important. Yeah. If I'm talking about and specifically if I'm pointing to things as I'm talking, then it's my view. Otherwise, it's probably her. It has been quite hard to hold back and not give and just give the right amount of help. I mean, giving her absolutely no help would have been quite easy. But if I could have, I could probably have just about managed to keep my mouth shut. She doesn't believe me, but no, I might have been able to. But I don't think that would have made it for a very good, very interesting, and very engaging stream because it would have been a lot of her just sitting there staring at the screen, looking confused. So what I'm trying to do is find the right sort of balance of reminding her of things that she should already know because she's already done it, but not telling her everything because then it just turns into Laurence plays by proxy, which isn't what we're going for here. Which is a very long way to not answer your question of how I hold back. It's not been. Holding back in itself isn't too difficult. It's finding the balance of what to say and what not to say that's the slight struggle. Hello, Quacky. They will soon be engine units. At the moment, they are components, should we say, engine components. So yeah, it's getting there nicely though. Just not quite finished yet. I can see the sort of the planning and the design going well here. So. This is a huge step forward from any other build I've seen you do, I think.
That's good.
Yes, friend plays is probably a lot safer than girlfriend plays because you're less likely to get into trouble if you don't help the right amount. I can certainly see that.
One of those. No. Oh, actually, do they have long-handled inserters?
Probably. Well, you haven't got a cog icon flashing at the bottom of the screen, so yes. They're just obviously.
Oh, okay.
I guess they're just a little bit further away than some of the other things that are being built, which is why it's taking them a little while to bring them over. And you put them in slightly later, so the belts are being built really close by, so the bots can get them quite quickly. The red inserters are a bit further away, so it takes them a bit longer. But nope, here they come. She does have an I need help button. She just shouts or goes, "Ah! Team America secret signal."
What are we doing?
Why is it doing this? Why is there smoke coming out of all the machines?
Oh, that worked nicely. Almost.
Yeah, that is quite a popular way to do do power. Is leaving gaps like that and then running a series of pylons down the middle because you do get quite nice coverage. It means your build will take up a bit more space because you've got to leave the gaps between the machines, but space is cheap, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You also need to tell the machines what to do.
Okay. Engine.
And remember, shift right click to copy a machine recipe and shift left click to paste it. In fact, you can even hold down shift and left click and then hold down W as well, and you'll run up and paste it onto all of the machines. So shift right click, and now shift left click, shift left click, and hold the left click, and then hold W to run upwards. There you go. And now they're all programmed, and they're making engine units. Right.
Yay!
So now you have a belt of,
Right.
well, a belt of engine unit. Here it is. Here is the engine unit up at the top.
There's a couple more coming along.
True, there's a few more
So
coming
what
on.
am I doing with these? All right. So I need to get these into the factory. Where do we need them?
Yeah, so you've got that belt running down on the left-hand side of your, well, middle of your screen now. So if you can get them onto that belt, then they'll end up in the. Then presumably that means they'll end up in the right place.
Yeah. Shouldn't be too difficult.
You do. I will warn you. You do need to make sure they stay on the right side of the belt, because further down the left side of the belt, or you need to make sure they stay on the starboard side of the belt, because the port side of the belt is going to be taken up by red circuits for the blue signs.
This side.
Because yes. That is the starboard side, because the belt's heading downwards.
I don't get port and starboard, so.
Relative to the belt rather than relative to what you're
seeing.
It's the easy side to fit them on. Put them onto,
that's fine, because that's the easiest side. So
correct.
I might run it from this side, because then I'm not gonna get them anywhere.
Oh, there. Okay.
Rubbish at running them backwards.
Sorry, I fixed that one for you as you were going, because I was keeping an eye on you.
Oh.
Whee!
Oh.
That's about the right sort of length.
It
It's about the right sort of length. You wanted to go about that far.
Oh, is it?
Almost. You went a tiny bit over, but only a tiny bit.
Oh, yeah.
It is indeed a spaghetti factory, Sky. Yes, it's getting slightly less spaghetti as she's getting better at it. But yeah, there's quite a lot of spaghetti. But that's why everyone comes to a beginner stream for. They expect to see spaghetti. If there wasn't spaghetti here, you'd all be very disappointed. I know you would.
Oh no. Right. Need to. Okay.
Alt D to get rid of that top one. Alt D will give you a deconstruction planner. And then you can use that to remove the one you don't want. There you go. And Q to get rid of it again. Right.
Awesome. So the bots are doing their thing. And the engines are on their way.
Nice.
Woohoo.
Now, if you press P, this will show you the production graph, which shows you how much of everything you've been building. And you can see engine units on the. It's jumping around a little bit. Click on, say, 10 minutes at the top, the 10M button. Right, and then engine units have now disappeared off the bottom of it. Okay, click the search icon. No, it's the other side on the left side that you want to find them. They'll be in there somewhere.
Oh, okay.
So if you scroll down a bit, you'll find them somewhere in the list. Probably near the bottom, because you weren't making them very quickly until just now. There they are, on the left, up a second from the bottom. Yeah, on the left. Yes, that one. Click on that. And you can see that there. That's your production rate of building them in that graph on the left side. So you can see you can see how much you've made it better. So it was
quite a lot.
It was trickling along at that looks like about 6 or 7 per minute initially. Then you built the new facility. So it started then building them at about 27 or 28 per minute. The reason it dropped off a little bit was because the belt backed up. But now you've cleared the backlog on the belt. It's shot back up to the sort of 28 per minute that it's building. So you can use that to see how things are getting on generally. Now this system is kind of working, but have a look and see if you can see the see if you can get the if you close that window, see if you can see the problem that's now that your new engine factory is having. The actual building of the engines is going okay at the moment.
Oh, iron ore slowed down.
Yes. There is no longer enough iron ore coming through to keep the system as happy as you would like it to be. So why is that happening?
Well, I mean, they're all slow inserters.
That doesn't matter.
But it's also putting some out on this side.
The belt that's flowing up, the belt that's bringing the iron ore into this area is only, if you look down here where it's merging, you can see that you've got you've got yellow belt. You've got a yellow belt feeding onto a red belt. The red belt is twice as fast as the yellow belt. So if you don't have both sides of the yellow belt full, the red belt will not be full, and you only have one side of this yellow belt full at the moment. So you need to look back along there and work out why there isn't any on the other side of it.
Looks like we did that on purpose.
You did it, but I don't think you did it on purpose.
Okay.
So, yeah, what you want to do here? Well, what you should have done here is used a splitter rather than side loading. You probably would also have you'd have wanted to set a priority on the splitter to use the stuff that's coming out of the mine over here first, because you might as well use up that mine before you use up what's coming in by train. However, that mine has now run out completely. Well, the drills that are feeding onto this belt have run out completely, so those could be removed.
Run out.
Yeah, those could all be removed. You can get rid of the belt. In fact, if you just cut off the belt, if you just take out that piece of belt there, then it will no longer be side loading. It will just be a corner, and so then you'll get the full belt that's flowing along here will go down that belt and into your smelting area. So can you remember how to do that remotely?
Need to go down there. Deconstruction planner.
Yes.
Shift D.
It's either Alt D or click on the red button in your hotbar. Alt D, yes. So you can do that. That will, there you go. So now you've told it to do that. The whole thing is flowing, and a bot will come over and remove that. You can also remove some more of the stuff down here because it's not doing anything anymore. The belt isn't ever going to bring anything useful through. The mines aren't. Most of those drills aren't going to do anything anymore, as you can tell by the red lights on them. So yeah, you can get rid of all of that. You've got a pylon in there, and you have to be slightly careful when you deconstruct pylons. So you might be all right, but have a bit of a look around and see. Once that gets removed, have a bit of a look around and see if anything's been cut off, because you'll feel slightly silly if something stops working.
Cut it off. It is going to cut it off, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah. Okay.
But you can continue to if you want, you can continue to tidy that area up a bit, remove pylons that aren't needed, put them in places where they are needed, and just sort it out a bit if you want. Yeah, so if you've got a single pylon sticking out on the end of a chain like that one, you know it's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's just
so that's safe to get rid of.
Yeah.
Same for this one.
That connects to that.
Hello, Peter. What is a good question. What has Jen learnt today? Hopefully she's learnt when to sideload and when not to sideload. She's learnt that there's lots of maths in Factorio. She's learnt to... I don't know. What else have you learned?
I don't know. Never learnt. I've learnt Alt D.
Oh yeah, that's useful.
We don't need this stuff either, right?
No.
What is this doing?
All it's doing at the moment is powering a lamp, and that's not really vital.
No.
And Jen has learnt the joy of tidying up. I don't think that's the lesson that's going to carry over into real life.
If that one. Okay. I think that's all of the unnecessary ones.
Excellent. Right, now looking back at the...
Okay.
Right. Now if we look back over at the engine factory, things are going well. There is enough iron ore coming in. There is enough iron coming out. There are engines being made. So this seems to be pretty good.
Hey.
Whether it's enough, well, who knows? Let's see. Let's have a look down in the blue science area and see how that's going. So if you have a look down in the blue science and then zoom in a bit on it so you can see it properly.
Yeah.
Now we can see that the number of the engine units are starting to back up on the belt there. So that means they're being because you can tell that because they're stretching some way up the belt and all of the machines are running, and the number of them on there is increasing. It is gradually getting longer and longer. They are being made faster than they're being used, and so that means that new facility you've got making them is making them fast enough. I say they're being made fast and they're being used. I'm not 100% sure that's actually true. It seems to be holding on anyway. It's probably about good enough. I don't know. Yeah, the fact that there are some on the belt makes me think it's probably all right. But they are certainly getting gobbled up quite fairly quickly as well. It seems to be fairly balanced. So, if you want to be sure, you could just chuck in another machine or two to make some more of them.
Make some more of the blue.
No, make some more of the engines.
Oh, engines. Yeah. Don't take much, will it? Oh.
No, not much.
She says.
And another loosely associated lesson along here is when you're making a build, try to consider how you can make it bigger in the future if you come back and realise you're going to need more. Because if you make a build in such a way that it can be easily expanded, then when you come back and realise actually you slightly underspec it or the number you're needing has gone up, you can just add a few more machines into it, hopefully, and carry on from where you were before. Whereas if you have to rebuild it, if you've spaghettied the whole thing together and it's difficult, your original engine build over, in fact I'm just going to steal the camera for a moment. The original engine build that we had over here was working at first. We were able to make some blue science from this, but there's no way this could be expanded because it's just completely surrounded by spaghetti. It worked, but when you wanted more, you came along, put some speed modules in, that helped a little bit, but not enough, but then you couldn't come in and put in another 5 machines around it. Whereas over here, you were able to put more machines in. It's not quite perfect because expanding is going to be slightly tricky because there's a belt in the way. But it's much more expandable than the previous design, and that's worth thinking about. Whenever you build anything, think about what's going to happen when you decide you want to have another 50%, another whatever, and when you want to make the whole thing a little bit bigger. Yes, Guy, exactly. Fairly balanced, as all things should be. Fairly balanced is the best I can hope for around here, I think.
Oh,
Let there
then
be
there
light.
was light.
Yeah. It's something I'm trying to be a little better with. Apparently, when you're streaming, people appreciate being able to see what's going on.
Yeah, I suppose it's just a bit dark. It always seems to turn to night when we're streaming this game.
The day-night cycle is about 20 minutes, I think. I forget exactly because it's different in space exploration. It's different on every planet, so I can't remember what the default is, but something like that anyway. So you have a couple of choices here as to how you're going to do your expansion. Oh,
Yes.
7 minutes, Peter says. Okay, that sounds more. Yeah, that sounds right. Actually, now you say it.
Just working out what to do. I send that underground from there, and then put in a couple more up here.
Pretty much.
Does it need more space to do underground? Yeah. It's not long enough. So no, I can't. Oh.
You could take other belts underground. You could use a red underground belt, which will go underground further, and there are other possibilities as well.
Yeah.
25,000 ticks. Okay, that's an amount of time. I'm not going to try and do the maths in my head and work out what that is in real numbers.
Have we got any red underground belts? I think not.
No, I don't think you're even. No, you're not even making them, as far as I can tell.
No.
We may have pocket crafted one or two, but basically they're not in use. We're not using red undergrounds yet. No, haven't expanded that far.
No.
So you can pocket craft them, or you can do it, or you can solve it a different way. As is always the way. It's Factorio, big sandbox game. There's always a bajillion different ways to
there's
solve it.
not enough ingredients to there's not enough ingredients to pocket craft, so.
Oh, okay. Well, you'd have to go and get some more iron then, I suppose. Wow, it takes 97.5 iron to make a pair of fast underground belts. That's quite a lot, actually. I know they're going to be a bit pricier, but I didn't expect it to be almost 100 when it's less than 20 to make a yellow one. Well,
what's the ingredients on?
It's just iron in lots and lots of different ways. Most of it turned into cogs.
Iron gear wheel.
You see where it says total raw at the bottom? That's the if you made it from scratch, from the raw ingredients, or from the most raw ingredients that you can pocket craft from, it would in this case take 97.5 iron to make the pair of fast underground belts.
Right. I mean, I'm stood right near here. I could just grab a few off there, right?
Yeah, I mean that's certainly possible. Yeah. So you don't have to. You don't need a red underground belt to solve this. There are other ways to do it.
There are.
Yes.
The easiest.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. I'm just gonna do that. I need two, don't I? Ah! Up it!
Do I have to?
I'm just ending up with a load of those as well, but hey. Nope, need more.
Nom 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 nom. Welcome to Jen's feeding frenzy.
Right. Those. Did I go?
Yes, you've got 4 of them now.
Oh, excellent. Okay, right. What is that belt gonna go over there? Is that now in the way of this belt?
Yes.
Yeah. That's okay. Other underground belt. Hey, I'll just choose a normal one.
You're feeding all of your steel through on the underground belt. Yeah, there we go.
Ah,
It's on its way down off to try and be made into yellow science. No, blue science, and it's going to struggle because you can't make blue science straight out of steel.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, you are going to tidy up after yourself. Good. I was starting to wonder.
Not with a couple of engines, but hey.
You can put them in the output of one of these machines, and they'll just disappear, go into back into the system.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to make another 2 of these machines, weren't you? Okay, do that bit first. That's fine.
Okay.
That looks promising. Regular is letting you know that you can actually fit 2 assemblers between each pair of medium pylons, and they'll still and everything will still connect, which is true.
2 assemblers.
So you go pylon, assembler, assembler, pylon, like that.
Pylon. I see. Oh.
That's actually okay. That's actually okay.
Oh, is it?
Because you're side loading all the way down there, everything is already going to end up on the starboard side of that belt, no matter which side it goes onto up here.
Oh, okay.
So because you're making sure because you're making sure it's all in the right place later on, it doesn't matter where you put it here because it gets tidied up later.
Oh, that's alright. So it's like I planned it. And then I need more up here to get those ingredients to that machine. Okay.
Nice. Now you can get rid of all those cogs and pipes and steel you picked up by chucking them into the assembly machines here. Oh, and the engine units you picked up as well. So if you click on there, and if you control click in an empty space, so there in the bottom row of your inventory, then it'll put anything it can over into the other side. So control click there. No, control click.
No, I'm sure. That was copy.
Yes.
Control.
There you go. So that's emptied basically as much of your inventory out over that way as it could, and you'll have to do the engine units you're holding manually because they aren't an ingredient. But if you grab those 4 engine units on the second row from the bottom, on the left-hand end of it, and put them into the output slot, then the machine will then put them onto the belt for you, and they'll just all be tidied up. There you go. So you got rid of a load of the junk you're picking up as well.
Tidiness.
That's true.
Okay.
You're right, Sky.
So
you can drop items onto a belt using Z, but it's if you've got more than sort of half a dozen items, it's really really annoying to do that because it's quite slow. She's run off. I shall chase her with the map view.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so there we go. Now now we've got quite a lot more engines on the belt there, so it's starting to fill up.
Yeah. Right.
So.
Good.
Yeah. Potentially, at some point in the future, you may end up upgrading all those machines that are making your science packs to tier 3 assembling machines, and then they'll run a bit faster, and you'll need a few more motors to be brought through, and so on and so on. But you've got sort of the expansion capabilities at this point.
work through bot. Through things like personal batteries useful at this point?
Yeah, when you get onto using the power armor and all of the gubbins that you can put in the power armor, then having the personal batteries means you can sort of store a bit of power, and so it doesn't matter exactly how fast you're using the power up, because you've got a little bit of a buffer in there available in there essentially. So yeah, they're useful.
Right. So that's that one sort of done. How is the rest of things running? We're running okay.
Yes. Are you going around looking for not full belts?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
to see if there's any other issues anywhere that I need to fix, but I mean this side of the copper is a bit slower, but
Yeah, it's the copper is not
I don't
being
think
well.
it's necessarily a problem.
So yeah, the copper is slightly odd because you've got essentially over here you've got two banks of smelters making the copper, and they're not sort of working together. They're working separately. One to fill one side of the belt, and the other to fill the other side. So you've got one side, the side on the right that's filling the right side of the belt is working absolutely flat out because more copper is being used from that side than from the other side. The one on the left is only working at about 50% capacity, because and then there's plenty of it there. So overall, you have enough copper. It's just that the belt isn't being sort of fully utilised. If you put in a splitter here to join these two together, you could do some cunning shenaniganery with it to balance the two sides of the belt and make sure you've got it flowing through from both sides. It means you'll be able to fit slightly more down the belt. At the moment, that doesn't matter, but in the future, it could be quite useful to have the belt sort of fully filled.
So pop a splitter in there.
Yes, and then make put a splitter in there and then make sure and do a belt balancer. Have you done a belt balancer before? I think we did somewhere. Let me see if we can find it. I think I think I did one and then said this is a belt balancer. There are many like it, but this one is yours. But I have no idea where this was. Oh, here it is. Yes, we did that.
Sort of remember that.
No, Sky. This is completely vanilla. We thought first game go at Factorio. It made sense to not have too many. Well, not to keep. It made sense to keep it simple and just be vanilla Factorio.
So when you say the balancer, you mean this bit here as well as the
Yes.
splitter?
Yeah. So what that does is it takes your it takes the two inputs that are coming in and it'll split them equally to both sides, and then you're taking one of the outputs and one of the other outputs and putting them together to make for each side of the belt. So you end up with filling both sides of the belt essentially.
Can't just copy and paste that because of the different layout that I've got here, haven't I?
Yeah, and to be honest, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's only 7 things, so it shouldn't be too difficult to put together.
He says, not difficult for you. Okay. So if I turn that.
You'll need to remove the corner of the belt there if you want to connect that directly onto it. Right, good. And now the point of what we're doing is to do what?
Make it 50-50.
Yes. So now you need. So what do you need? What do you need to do next?
Belt around there, and then send that round to there.
I think so. Put it together, and we'll see if you're right.
No.
Hello, Shamruru. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to Jen attempts to build a belt balancer. I'll give you some more belts because I noticed you're running a bit low.
Very much attempts. I might do this in Ghost actually, because I'm.
Tell you what, I'll cut off the inputs for you. That way, you won't end up with quite as much stuff in your inventory if you as you build and rebuild.
Okay.
I feel like you've got the right idea. This is looking promising. No, this stream is just the two of us. So sometime in the future, and not particularly soon, but in the future, probably after I finish doing Space Age as a solo run, I do intend to have some do some streams where supporters are able to join in though. So if you're a channel supporter, you'll be able to join, but not just sort of random people. But that's for the future. Oh, and thanks for the follow as well, much appreciated. Nearly. Just need to
not doing it. Oh, that's weird.
Nearly.
Is that gonna work?
No.
No.
When something comes around the belt, it's just going to stop here. And ooh, that's weird. I am vibrating. Oh, there we go. That's better. I've stopped vibrating. Very good. So things come around here, and then they end up on the right side of the belt, or they come around here, and they end up on the left side of the belt.
Awesome.
Now you just need to plug it back in again to where it was going from, too. There we go, and I mean it's a slightly unfair position at this point to say, hey, look, now we've got a solid belt flowing out because it was stopped for a while, so there's some catch up to be done. But basically, yeah, that's worked. You've now got the instead of having the two flowing, instead of having the 1.5 belts flowing out, there should now be a 1.5 belt sides flowing out. Now you've got a solid one. So that is structurally exactly the same as the one just over here. The only difference is this one it's like a knot that's been pulled a bit tighter. So it's using slightly fewer pieces of belt, but this one is functionally exactly the same. They're doing exactly the same job. So yeah, well done.
Yeah. Okay. Just noticing we've got a similar thing down here with the copper ore.
That's true, yeah. For this one, it's because yes, there's more mining drills feeding onto one side of the belt than the other, presumably. And you could do the same sort of thing over here. It's not actually once again, it's not actually necessary, but it's a thing you could do if you wanted to.
Is it dead anyway?
If there's some dead ones, then they can be pulled out. Are they? Oh, there's a dead one down here. The ones you're standing by are just yellow, so they're not dead. They just can't output anything because the belt's full.
Yeah, but I already took 3 off.
Oh, okay.
There was 3 on this side. I've just removed.
Yeah, that's the fun of one of the reasons I wanted to do a beginner's stream, Shamru, is because it's interesting to see somebody playing the game without all of the sort of the preconceived notions and assumptions that all of those of us who've been playing Factorio for thousands of hours do things. So I think there are a few things that I've probably introduced Jen to which are not entirely that have not been entirely her doing, like having the belt balancing and that sort of thing. But overall, the idea is very much to make it so that it's her making up her solutions to her problems, rather than me going and saying, this is how a Factorio player would do it, and her going, oh, okay. Yeah, because the interest in it is in seeing how a non-Factorio veteran plays the game.
Just here.
Yeah, you could. Are you thinking of using that splitter to do another belt balancer?
I was, but I don't think I've got the room because of the drills.
Yeah, you couldn't do it exactly the same, no, but you could do something vaguely similar.
This here.
If you want,
side?
yeah, and there's always. Remember, it's about the exact shape of the balancer doesn't matter as long as the inputs and outputs are in the right, it sort of go into each other in the right sort of places. So yeah, and there's always going to be room to fit it in there. I think the last time I played vanilla was a month or two ago. We tried for the lazy spoon achievement, which is where you have to finish the game in less than 8 hours, and whilst also not handcrafting anything more than the absolute bare minimum that you have to. That went okay. I think it took us about 9 hours, unfortunately, so we failed the spoon achievement, but we did get the lazy bastard one, so that's at least a partial success, shall we say. Yeah, so that's not strictly speaking a belt balancer, because you're side loading onto the top side. However, in this particular case, because there is plenty of ore coming round on the left side of the belt, or the bottom as it is at the moment, the port side, it works absolutely fine. So yeah, it's sort of good enough.
So do I need the other bit? Or in this case, no.
It sort of doesn't really matter because of the way the mine is set up. This is fine. It depends whether you want to do it properly for the sake of completeness, or whether you're just happy with it ticking out, with it working, with it being functional.
I'm happy with it being functional.
Okay.
Might annoy you.
No, I'm a lot less. I'm a lot less obsessive about things being done exactly correctly than a lot of players are.
Okay. So, is there anything else?
She's off. I better follow her. You had green circuits written down at one point, I believe.
Yes, that was... These ones.
These do appear to be green circuits, so yeah, maybe.
This bit of I'm getting map mode. Why am I? So I'm also doing it up here, but these seem to be backed up now. Completely.
Yes, that one seems to be keeping up with the demand you're putting on it. Yes. Typically, what you'll find in Factorio is things that are making infrastructure, like robots and buildings and so on, tend to back up fairly quickly and easily once you've got enough of that particular building type made. At the moment, around here, the only thing that's really running is the machine that's making your red belts, and you've got sort of 3,500 of those so far, and the cogs that are feeding into it. However, the stuff that's going into making science packs is the stuff that tends to be under the highest demand. So
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to know where your shortages are, looking at how the science is getting on tends to be the way to do it. And yeah, that's your blue science. Yes, that area you're looking at the moment is definitely struggling for both. I'd say it's struggling for both green circuits and copper cables. Those are both problematic at the moment for making the red circuits.
Okay.
Although impressively, your red circuit production seems to have caught up. Now, I think a lot of that is because you've stopped using purple science for the time being. And once you do start using purple science again, it'll put quite a drain on it. But at the moment, the red circuits aren't doing badly at all. But they are you are short of the inputs for them. So they're only just okay.
Okay. Where are these coming from? So we need copper cables to make the green belt and the iron plates.
Yes. What I'm finding quite interesting is I think you're playing this game the way a Satisfactory player would. As in the people who play the game Satisfactory, not as in saying your play is Satisfactory. I'm not being rude or unrude about it. It's just the but yeah, people. I think people who've played a lot of Satisfactory would play Factorio a bit like the way you're sort of playing it. I think. In the sort of, I don't want to go into too much detail about what I mean because that would fairly strongly potentially influence how you're playing quite a lot as well, which is the thing that I'm trying not to do as much as I can. You have researcher, yes, okay.
Yeah. I don't understand what that is.
So what are you looking at? Oh, the beacon. Yes. So you know the modules we've been using, the speed modules and efficiency modules. You can put those into a beacon, and they will affect all the machines that are just around the edge of the beacon. So it allows you to have more modules affecting machines, or have modules affecting more machines. At the moment, you're not really using modules all that much, so to be honest, I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Explosives. Refined flammables. Can't speak.
We're not really using explosives or flammables, so again, they're not enormously worth upgrading because we won't really get anything out of them.
Is it worth doing the logistics system thing?
That's a yellow science. You actually can't do that one at the moment.
Oh, can't do that one.
Well, not until you've made yellow science packs.
We need to get on with yellow science. Yeah, we need to get onto yellow science soon.
Yeah, and we've been talking about doing that for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah.
I'm just going around adding lights to all of the Roboport blueprints. Not blueprints, but setups. Yeah, we're currently yellow scienceless. You're quite right. Oh, where's this going? Oh, we're over here. Okay.
I need to go over to it to do what I wanted to do. Where am I?
Quite close by, actually. I apparently did not go to bed on time last night.
I'm so confused. Oh.
I
What on earth is there? It's like there's a little black hole there. Um,
That looked like I thought that was an internet issue for one of us had an internet hiccup, but maybe not. I don't know.
that working?
Yeah, the iron
Yes.
plates have come through. Yes.
Am I gonna have enough money here? I'm not, am I?
I hope this works. There, I guess. There. I'm just playing around with ideas, trying to think how what you're doing could be made to work, and yeah, I mean it certainly can be. Yeah.
My brain's gone.
Where has it gone?
Not
Right.
sure. Oh, because that's making those as well.
Talk through what you're trying to do at the moment.
Right. I only actually need these, don't I? So what I was thinking of setting up here, so I can move this belt underground if I need, to do the green circuits, to do some more green circuits over here.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. And then I got myself confused about the iron gears, but I think that's
Yeah, the iron gears are just there for making the assembly machine Mark Ones that which you're not using
I
anymore
basically
anyway.
got myself a little bit confused.
Okay. If you want a bit more space,
Oh,
you
yeah,
don't
I
actually
could
need
take
that anymore because you're making assembly machine 2s up here, and you're not using assembly machine 1s just at all anymore. So you don't actually need the you don't need the gears, you don't need the assembly machine Mark 1s, you don't need that red chest that they're all stored in. All of that could be removed and will give you a bit more space to play with.
I can just yeah. I don't know why I removed that. I'll need that in a minute. Onward. Right. So I'm gonna need these to be brought down somehow. That's one thing I need to do.
Are you sure? Are you sure that's what you want to do? Look at where the bottleneck is in that green circuit production there. What there is limiting how fast the green circuits can be made?
The copper cables.
Yeah, so the copper cables are not being made fast enough. So if you use those send those copper cables off to another machine making green circuits, that will just make it worse. And it'll make the starvation worse. You'll get the same number of green circuits coming through basically. So at the moment, you actually could speed it up.
We need another copper.
Yes. You could speed it up a little bit by putting in another machine making copper cables and feeding them into the same assembly machine that's making the green circuits at the moment. That would help a little bit. You wouldn't. You'd get a small speed boost from doing that, but not a huge one. It'd be about 50% faster, as opposed to 100% faster if you just put another whole system in.
Yeah, I know. I think I'll put another whole system in. So if that just takes copper plates. So I could do. How long do these extend?
There's 2 squares away. So in the same way, a normal inserter will pick up and put down on the adjacent square. A long-handled inserter will leave a gap of a square and pick up from the next one. And put down in the same way, you can still put a red inserter right next to a machine because the machines are big enough that if you can just put things down in the middle of them and that works just as well.
So I couldn't put in. I can't do that, can I?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to do, so I can't really tell you whether it'll work or not.
No. No, I was just thinking of putting the copper cable making machine in here, but
Right. The other thing to consider is remember that red inserters are quite slow, and you see how fast the copper cables are being passed through from on those machines. Ideally you probably don't really want the copper cables to be being passed through by a red inserter because they're slow.
yeah. Okay.
One of the interesting things you have to consider when you're putting together factories in Factorio is that the speed of the red inserters. So you need to get them set up so that they're doing as little work as possible. So that's something always to bear in mind.
Okay.
If you want to move things around, rearrange them and stuff like that, that's obviously is also fine. You can do that if you need to, or do what
Why
you
have
did.
I got that on a belt?
I have no
Can I
idea.
not have direct insertion?
You've always had
I can
direct
have direct
insertion.
insertion there, right?
Yes.
Maybe
Direct
I
insertion
didn't
is always a
realise
thing
I
you can
did.
have, but I think yes, you probably didn't realise that you could. Yes, I think that's almost certainly the case.
Okay, it's going to slow it down while it's making them though. But
It doesn't matter. A brief pause in production doesn't matter. If it's gonna be faster afterwards, then it's very, very worth it.
so a quick way of copying this. Well, copy. Don't really want the pylon.
If you're only grabbing a single thing, copy is not the. Is kind of unnecessary.
Not worth it.
Yeah. And technically, yes, it gets the ingredient, it gets the recipe from the inserter, but copy and paste really comes in useful when you're copying large amounts of stuff. If it's just a single machine, it's generally not worth it. I'd have said. If you grab the two inserters on the side as well and the pylons around them, then maybe then it would have been worthwhile. But
Need to move this pylon. Oh, wrong button.
I usually
Actually, I think that was kind of so.
I usually end up clicking on belts by mistake and getting the pop-up that tells you about what's on the belt and not caring about that at all and getting annoyed by it.
Want another machine so that. Yeah, I can put that. Oh, I'll do that in a minute. Let me finish this first. Get myself ahead of myself. Okay, so I want that to do that, and then I want there, there, and that, there, and then I want a pylon. Actually, they were medium pylons.
Yeah.
And now we've actually got them going on. They're trees.
I'll bring you on. It's probably easier. Put that there. Now you can
Okay.
copy that. Now you can copy that one for any future builds, any future building you're doing around there. It's there. It's a ghost at the moment. The bots haven't brought it over, but it'll be there soon.
That's why I can't see it. Yeah.
It'll be there sooner or later. Yeah, it's a bit faded and difficult to see because it's a ghost.
Yeah.
Boom. There you go.
Here comes bot.
Right. So now you have some green circuits again. So that's working. Now, what else are you trying to do around here?
So I'm trying to expand this. So
yeah.
Another one of these, and another one of these, inserting into it.
Okay.
Little bit devoid of room.
You could always build it somewhere else, like you did with the engines. Go, this area is getting silly. I'll do it somewhere else and pipe them in.
I could. Oh, that was actually doing something. Well done, Jen.
Oh, yeah. There's always the option to be stubborn, though. Of course, that's fine too. Okay. It's happening around here. I'm going to carry on building them around here.
Yes, basically.
My challenge is to try and fit all of this stuff in here and just make it fit, stamp on it until it works.
I want it to work. Fine.
That's fine. You can be stubborn. See if I care.
Yeah. Maybe I will. What is that machine?
Which one? Oh.
That.
I don't think that's doing anything. It's just there. It's off. It will load. It will load iron plates into the copper cable making machine if it ever needs any, which it won't because it's not making iron cables. It's making copper cables, so it needs copper. So it's just another inserter that's been put there by mistake, I think.
No. Tidy it up as I go along.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in here one of them.
Okay.
Will that work? No. I'm not gonna get that.
Something in the way.
One.
It's not insurmountable. I said there's something in the way. It's not insurmountable. There is a way you could put that there. Well, there I suppose, but that's not so useful. Right, tell you what. While you're thinking about that, I'm going to nip off for a quick loo break. So when I come back, I expect to see floods and floods of green circuits pouring out of machines along here.
Hashtag no pressure.
Good luck.
Okay, I'm just gonna start. Thanks. Just gonna start building stuff and see what happens here. So I want that doing copper cables. I want an inserter into there. I want one out of there. And then I want a belt. That'll work to there. I need a pylon. Oh, that's really annoying. Okay. And then I want to tell this to make those. Those. Into there. Hopefully there's a bot on its way. Yes, it's here. So now, does that get it working? Yay. Okay. It's making more at least. Whether it's enough or not, maybe not. Possibly not. I guess I could copy this, what I did here, and do down here as well to make some more. Didn't actually need to run this belt underground because I didn't need this here. I'm going to take that up.
I am back.
I might need that.
Did you keep everyone entertained?
Hopefully, I carried on talking.
That's good.
At least.
That's all we can ask for.
So
okay, that's not what I was expecting, but that seems works.
Never written.
And that's why it's interesting.
I was just debating whether I'll need another one or not.
Well, you've doubled production, which is good. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, I guess see how it goes.
Yeah. Just to get some more research on the go quickly. Have research speed.
It'll make it even fast. Researches happen even faster, so you'll have to go out and select new researchers even more frequently.
Uh-oh. Maybe I shouldn't have pressed that. Never mind.
Nah,
Okay.
it's fine. You need to do them all before you're allowed to finish anyway, so might as well carry on.
Yeah. Right. I feel like that's maybe okay for now.
Yeah, well, the green circuits are backing up, but the question is, are they backing up because there's enough of them or because there's too few copper cables? Because it could be either at this point. Although the copper cables are making it just about to the bottom, so there's almost enough copper cable.
Almost.
Almost. Yeah, I'd feel a lot happier if that belt was if that belt was fuller.
With the copper cables.
Yes, actually,
Yeah, because
the last machine isn't running at the moment.
And these are now backing up the green circuits.
Yes, you now seem to have enough of those. Well,
so we could do.
Actually, you seem to have enough of those. You can't really tell. It might be that it seems like you have enough because the machines aren't running at full speed because there aren't enough copper cables. Which is interesting because I thought it was a 1 to 6. 1 to 6.
Yeah, that bottom machine's just never being fed. Oh.
It is occasionally.
Occasionally.
Yeah, it's not getting as much through as it would like, but it is getting some.
Okay.
Occasionally. Like that. So, can you... For your next task, can you get some more copper cable being made down here?
Yes.
Yes. Peter points out that's yes, you're quite right. I was going to say I thought the ratio looks correct because there's 6 because it's normally one copper cable machine can feed 6 red circuit machines. But you've got there's a green circuit machine at the top that's stealing some of the copper cables as well. That's why there's not quite enough. So what you could do is you could get rid of that machine completely. And not make green circuits here, and just rely on enough of them coming in down the belt from the new ones we've put in, and then there'll be enough copper cable being made to keep all of the red circuit production happy. And you'll just then have to make sure you've got enough green circuits coming through from the top.
So is this this red one taking it from both the belt and the one that's making them?
Yes. Yeah, it can take from either.
Right. Yeah. Maybe I'll do that then. Get back over here and just take this up.
Yes, if I haven't managed to work it out, then it's probably I think yes, it is fair to point it out.
Okay, so now.
Right, so now there should just be. It'll be sort of only just enough copper cable, so you probably won't see a backlog building up on the belt. However, all the machines should always be running. I think that blue inserter that's bringing the copper cables out of the copper cable machine is sometimes it's sometimes idle. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. It is just fast, only just, but it is just fast enough.
Okay.
Okay, so your red circuit production system is now running as fast as it, I was going to say as fast as it ever will. Yeah, it's going flat out for given the number of machines you have there. You have 6 machines making the red circuits. They're all running full speed. So, yeah, that's looking promising.
Okay. Is it worth having a look at
Yellow science. Bum
science?
bum bum.
Yes.
I think it's worth me turning the light on.
We
I can
need to
barely see
start.
myself on the webcam.
It's getting a bit dark.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need blue circuits, which is something I haven't done yet.
Yep.
So this is fun. Sulfuric acid somewhere, I think.
Yes, that's being made somewhere off on the north part of the base because you're making it in order to make batteries in order to make flying robots. So sulfuric acid is currently being made here.
So that won't be... And that won't be being used much, I'm guessing, at the moment, because we've got enough bots.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so how much... We've got some space here. Right, where are these biters? Because we're going to get... If I come over here to make things, we've got this nest, haven't we?
Yes.
Just be careful of.
Yeah, it's worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah. So, thinking I'll come over here to do, because we've got this sulfuric acid being made here.
You've also used up 2/3 of your copper, just for your information.
2/3 of my copper. How quick? Is there a way to see how quickly we can get into it?
Yes. If you go to the production graphs, that's press P.
On the P.
And then click on the copper ore on the left-hand side. You might want to go to a slightly longer time period first. Yeah, so you click on the copper on. You see the copper ore on the left-hand side. That's being used at 260 per minute at the moment, and you have 100,000 in the mine still. So 260. That means 4 minutes for 1,000. So 400 minutes. Which is about
400 minutes.
6.5 hours. So that at the current usage rate, yeah. So that hence you got through about 2/3 of it in the time in the 30-something hours we've been playing. I don't feel like I'm illuminated. I feel like I'm illuminated very weirdly at the moment. I've got red light coming.
Yeah, you are.
I'm very orange for some reason. I think it's a sort of a weird effect of there's light coming in through the sunlight coming in through the window. There's much more orange light coming from the light bulb up there, and there's a certain amount of red light coming off my microphone. But I think that's probably only a minor effect. So I think the webcam's white balance is very confused. So I should just sit here and be very, very orange. I'm cosplaying as Donald Trump today, apparently, but not in speech patterns, fortunately. Only in skin tone. Anyway, so you've got through about 2/3 of the copper, and the speed you're using it at is only going to increase. But at the moment, it's not a crisis because you've got about 6 hours worth left.
Yeah, I feel like that's a not too bad a concern right now.
Yeah,
it probably needs to be in maybe next.
It's a thing to sort of bear in mind vaguely that at some point you might need to remember you might need to go out and get some more of it because it ain't going to last forever. And you are still using your starter patch of copper and your starter patch of stone, so they've done quite well. The stone's down to 22,000. What's that? What's that in time? Quite a lot. We're using stone very, very slowly. There is more copper quite very nearby, yes, that's very true, Peter. So yes, it shouldn't be too difficult to go and get some more when it's needed. It'll only require a little bit of aggression, should we say.
Right. So, let's make steps towards this. So we want electronic circuits and advanced circuits and sulfuric acid, all of which we got down in this section.
Yes, this is true.
Which is very useful. It's almost like someone planned that.
If you tell me you planned it, I shall call you a liar.
I didn't plan it. I said it's almost like.
Almost. Yeah, but not actually. Fair enough.
So sulfuric. So how does this sulfuric acid? And it's made in an assembly machine.
Yes, this is one of the rare things where it uses a liquid but still is built in an assembly machine. There's like 2 things that fit that description, I think. This and rocket fuel.
Okay, so we want some pipes to get these out. Don't take it up there.
Well, you have your red and green circuits. So. Oh, concrete and blue belts. Okay, yeah. Okay, Peter, that's fair. Hello, Malinori. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. I see you're, well, first time chatter. I don't know whether you've been lurking before, but yes, consider you're very definitely welcome. Thank you for joining, and welcome to Jen's first factory, where Jen, her over there, is playing Factorio for basically the first time ever, and yes, is currently thinking about blue circuits. So this is going to be interesting, and those of us who've played Factorio before are going a little bit because we know what's coming. But we'll see how she gets on. Yeah, the point is to
slightly petrifying.
just a little bit, yeah. Nah, you'll be fine. They don't turn into monsters or anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. I think I see where this is going.
This machine.
Remember to leave room for the underground belts again in case you want to do another machine above it in the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope. No. Yes. I'm helpful, really.
Yeah. Okay. You are.
I'll even find you a medium pylon so you can build that a little bit more easily. There you go. Put that there. See? Helpful. Right, if you program the recipe on the assembly machine, then it will get the input required for the fluid, so you'll be able to tell where you want to put it, and you can rotate the assembly machine to put the fluid input on whichever side you want. Lovely. All right, so. Machine now has acid. Just need a couple of other inputs and it'll be ready to go.
Days. And yeah, I can always underground belt that. Or shall I underground belt it now?
Doesn't matter. It's fine as it is, and dropping an underground belts on top of it later isn't going to be difficult. Right, congratulations! You've made your first blue circuit. Yay! That felt very patronising and sarcastic. I didn't mean it like that. It's still quite an achievement.
Right, what else do we need? So that was that. Flying robot frames. Do we have those?
Yes, you had them to make robots. They're just down here.
Yeah.
A little bit further down.
Oh,
there you go. From there.
There we go. Oh, and helpfully I've got a bit of room around here so I can take stuff. Oh.
Yeah, looks like.
Bum, bum.
What goes into LDS?
Okay.
Oh, just looking at one of the recipes for something that's coming later. Your arms aren't that long.
No. Oh, it's not enough. It's had to go under the robot. It go back under. Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay, so that's
And,
that's
right,
your blue
so
circuit. That's a blue circuit and robot frames. Okay.
and robot frames. So then, what is the other thingy? What am I trying to do?
That one.
Science.
Yep.
Yellow. Low density structures.
It's the first thing on the next row up. There you go.
Copper plate. Copper plate.
Copper, steel, plastic.
That's the other thing. Okay. There we go then from. Wait, no, wait.
It is a good question.
We just make them. One being made here. We've got both and steel coming up there, so we can make both of those up there. Plastic. Plastic.
Oh yeah.
I think it's over here somewhere, isn't it? Yeah. It's the only one.
Agreed, Malnoria. Yeah, Malinoria. Yeah, there's been I think there's a few places in Factorio where you hit a sort of a where you encounter things where, let's just say, the game gets changes somewhat and gets either a bit harder or requires you to think of something or to think of things in a slightly different way. I think the first one of those is perhaps something like blue science and getting the oil processing up and running in the first place. That apparently was a sort of a great filter for quite a long time, which is part of the reason the developers eventually ended up putting in the simplified oil processing recipe, because so many people were getting stuck quite early on because they couldn't work out how to keep all of the oil types nicely balanced. They were giving up, and I think yes, I feel that yellow science has always been the one where I remember being I remember being challenging, and it's the making the blue circuits for it mostly. I think for me. I consider the numbers in a recipe to an extent in SE. I think if the numbers were relatively small, then I didn't worry about it too much. But I would at least sort of think about. I'd think about it a little bit, certainly, but I might not go to. But it's often easier just to. Most of the time, I would just throw the ingredients at the machine throw in some belts of ingredients and just sort of assume that there would be enough on the belts. When it's ridiculous quantities for whatever reason, then I would probably notice before I started trying to make the thing, and then try and do something about it. But usually, one belt of each input ingredient tends to be enough, I find. Certainly in space exploration, where you don't tend to be getting through enormous quantities of things most of the time. The challenge is more in the number of different things rather than in the sheer throughput.
Okay. I am just trying to figure out where I'm going to get coal from, because we have already got petroleum gas coming up here, so we can make the plastic bars up here.
Okay. You've got a bit of coal over here, or down here if you want to go right to the end of the belt. That's probably as close as that's probably the nearest point with the that the coal gets to.
The nearest one.
Ooh.
I'm also conscious that these pipes keep being empty of petroleum gas, so
that might be something you need to
don't
look
know
into.
Whether doing this is gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, if there's not enough in the pipe, then trying to use more from the pipe is just going to make that worse.
It's just gonna, yeah.
Yeah.
So where is the?
Right. So you have 3 types of oil to play with, and 2 of them are basically empty, and 1 of them is completely full. So yeah, all of your right. So if you look at the machines you've got running here, you can see that one of them, this one, is running. The others are all not running. So all of your petroleum gas needs are currently coming from that one machine that's running the old, less efficient recipe. If you have a look at the other ones, look at the output pipes from all of your other machine, from all those machines, and see if you can see the problem there. So there's your petroleum gas, which is basically empty. Yep. So that one's flickering occasionally with some light oil. There's a bit of light oil coming through. Okay. But that's basically empty as well. What about the heavy oil? That's completely full and jammed up.
That looks. Oh.
So
we're not using the heavy oil quick enough.
Exactly. Yes. So you want to have some heavy oil available because it's getting turned into lube, which I believe is going into your flying robot frames, but only in fairly small quantities.
Of course, and that's on pause at the moment because we don't need any more.
Yes.
So we need something to use up that.
Yeah. This is something we talked about last week. I don't know whether you remember it, but we definitely talked about it. It may well be circuit time, yes, although there's an extra step before she gets to it being circuit time. That's a bit of a look of terror there, I think. So do you remember what we were doing with all the spare light oil in the last stream?
Didn't we turn it into solid?
We did, but then we did something. Then after that, we did something better with
it. The cracking.
Yes, there we go.
The cracking.
So, what do you think we can do with heavy oil?
Change it into light oil to change it into petroleum.
There we go. Yes. That sounds like an excellent plan.
Okay. Heavy oil cracking to light oil. Water and heavy oil.
It's basically the same recipe as turning as the light oil cracking, except it takes in the heavy oil, and so it's the same in the same way. It needs water in the same way, and it's a chemical plant, but otherwise it's essentially the same thing.
Where are we doing that? Is that what this is doing?
No, that's this one up here.
Okay. I see. So we've got light oil going into it and water going into it.
Yeah, and then once you get some light oil in, it'll then turn that into petroleum gas that you can then use for all the rest of the things that you use. Basically, you use loads and loads of petroleum gas. You use a small amount of heavy oil, and you will eventually use a bit of light oil, but not yet. So you need to make sure that you keep those balanced, and the more efficient recipe produces heavy oil and light oil and petroleum gas. So you need to in similar quantities. Maybe I would need to fact check myself on that. Yeah, vaguely similar quantities. It does produce more petroleum gas than the other two, but it produces all three of them. So you need to make sure you've dealt with the heavier stuff in order to keep the system flowing, so you don't get the problem that you're getting at the moment.
I've got the moment.
You had a certain amount of time before the problem appeared, because you had that long pipe of lube that was gradually filling up and using up the heavy oil. And then once that filled up completely and it started to back up, then your oil processing ended up grinding to a halt because it ran out of input. It ran out of space to put the heavy oil.
Okay. So you want to just trying to work out where to put this.
Okay.
There's a water line there. You see the cogs turning again. I'm just working out or thinking if I can move this around so that I've got basically space here to put
Right,
it.
okay. Oh, I'm trapped in pipes. Who designed this place?
That'd be me.
I blame you.
Yeah, that is fair. You run this belt. Oh, where am I? I'm in that way, aren't I? I'm all the way over here.
Long way away.
Oh, talk amongst yourselves while I just run around the factory. La 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 la.
Quacky reminds you that you have infinite space.
I do have infinite space.
Well, if she's prepared to push the biters back, she's got infinite space, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I could set up somewhere else. I know.
Oh, hi. Fancy meeting you here.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, this was the bit I was looking at. I mean, I could set it over here, I suppose, because I've got more room over here, but it's easy, because I've got everything I need right here.
Except space.
Except space. So I can make space by me moving this belt this way around.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. Boom, boom. Oh no, it's, yeah, chemical plant. That'll work, won't it?
Yeah, chemical plant is the right building.
And then...
So you need to get the heavy oil into it, and you need to get the light oil out of it.
Out of it, yeah.
Out of it, yeah.
How am I going to get something out if I put that there? It's going to end up going to the petroleum gas, isn't it?
It is, yes.
I'm going to move.
I'm sort of trying to think how I do this, and I have some ideas, but I don't like them.
Yeah. Would you have just set it up somewhere else? That's what you'd have done. Maybe.
Maybe. But I'm enjoying looking. I'm looking forward to seeing what you produce. And not because I'm some kind of evil sadist.
Don't go away.
I was going to say I think this is the easy bit. One square too far. You need room to put a corner pipe in. Okay, that works.
That's the water.
Yep.
And now pipe over the heavy oil. Right.
I have good news for you. It is possible.
Why is it trying to corner that?
Because there's another pipe just to the north. Yes, those pipes will be there. You can't put a pipe there because it will join onto the petroleum gas pipe.
Where am I going with this?
I was going to say your guess is as
What
good as
everybody is asking.
Yeah. What are you doing? Yeah. No. Well, we're all right behind you, Jen. We're here to be supportive. Well, yeah. We'll encourage you as much as we can, and.
No, this is not going to work. Put it off this one instead. Maybe. Right, maybe rethink this. Get it from here.
Well, that could work as well. Yeah. I see where you're going. I think I see where you're going with this. This has potential.
That's good.
Remember, underground pipes are quite long, so you might be able to go quite a long way with that. Or you could just, run like this. You've been spoiled by belts which can run parallel to each other without connecting.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, something's getting damaged.
Oh.
Down here, in fact. In the power station. That's not good. That power station might need some
No.
protection.
That's yikes. Way
Oh,
away.
it's got it.
Okay. Right. Where am I going? Get out of map mode.
Sorry, you just missed the train. Oh, yeah, I stole it.
I did.
Right, I've dealt with the biter. However, I've not dealt with the cause of the problem, shall we say.
Okay.
Train.
I'm on my way. Did not get run over this week so far.
Right. So
Okay, where did you come from?
where did you go?
Where did he come from?
My guess is probably here.
From here.
That's my guess. I don't know for sure. It's possible it came from. Yes, almost certainly came from there. Oh, interesting. If you press Alt when you're in the map, it turns the pollution view on and off. I did not know that. It's possible it came from there or there, but less likely. I would suspect it came from there.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, you have a Roboport thing going all the way down there. That could be quite useful for just very, very quickly sorting this whole thing out.
Get them to build fences down there,
Yeah, basically.
basically. Yeah. Did we ever get walls put in a box?
Yes.
I feel like
Yes, you did.
we did.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Okay. Where have we got? I do want my mode.
Quacky would like a wall. I'm very much there for that.
No.
Where are you looking?
Well,
Where are you
it's alright.
looking?
I was just looking at what we've done down here in terms of turrets
Right.
and stuff.
You already have you have defences running along here. You could just tap into those. I suggest you turn on Roboport highlighting for now, because while you're doing this, so you can tell where you can build. There you go. So you can build anywhere in the green area.
Fine.
So if you put wall coming out from here, like this, then that'll be in a position where it can be built all the way down, just forever, and the bots will do it. The bots will do it all for you. You don't have to worry about it at all, and that's fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. Are they in some mode?
Yes.
Oh.
Hold down S rather than to build it, rather than trying to drag in a straight line, because I can't drag in a straight line, and you clearly can't either. So.
Oh, that went really quick.
Or potentially even better, make a blueprint. Decide what you're going to be putting in there, and make a blueprint of it. Because I imagine you're going to want some guns in there as well, because those turrets will. The wall will. It'll slow the biters down, but it won't stop them like gun turrets would.
Oh, moving that mode.
So, what do you intend? How do you intend to do this wall? What do you want to do here?
Well, I almost want to expand what we've got here down this end, don't we?
Yep, I think that makes sense. Yes, I go with that.
So I was just thinking of copying, although we've got the older pylons in, but copying this section maybe.
Yeah, that sounds like a good start. That sounds like a good start. Maybe copy a little bit of it, and then fix up the pylons, make the turrets point in the right direction. The inserters point in the right direction. Make sure everything's just set up properly, and then once you've got a little bit of the vertical thing, you can then copy and paste that in a load more times.
I don't want this corner one, do I? Because I'm gonna have to run. Because I can then take all this lot up and put it move that across. So if I just copy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that looks like a good way. You can see the arrows pointing on the inserters. Yeah. Now remember, leave one space between the guns and the wall. That means the large biters can't attack through it, but they get as much range as possible. So I meant the wall that's in front of them. But yeah, so that's right. You'll also probably want to crack a hole in the wall like that to allow you to pass ammunition and stuff through. So if you move that up a little bit further, Control Z. And again, get rid until you've undone what you just did. There we go. Right, so now you can put that there again. That's now going to be grabbing the ammunition directly out of that turret, so that just works. You are going to need power though, so that's the next thing to think about.
We got any medium pylons?
No, you haven't. You'll have to find one and copy it.
These are them, aren't they?
That's a large one.
No, the big one.
Yeah. Look for an area where you've just been building, because that's probably a place where you've just been building is most likely to have them. Are you playing Industrial Revolution, Quacky? Okay, that's interesting. We played Industrial Revolution 2 a while back, and I have to admit, I wasn't that impressed with it. It was okay, but it wasn't that. I didn't enjoy it as much as, say, Space Exploration or other games I've played, other mod packs I've played. It was a bit. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think there were too many. It felt like there were too many intermediates for a lot of the things, and it was just sort of you had to go through a lot of steps to make anything at all happen, and yeah, I got sort of. I didn't enjoy it as much as say Space Exploration or even Angel Bob's, actually, to be honest. Right, I suggest you try to. You'll need to make a sort of a repeating pattern so that you can copy paste it easily. I can't. I'm trying to tell how far apart these need to go. So that's there on that turret. Yeah, so you could put one in there, and that'll be fine. That'll cover. So you can each one can cover. Then you have a pylon, pylon, 3 turrets, pylon, 3 turrets, and so on. So you can if you now copy all of that, if you copy the bit you've just done, and then line up the two, line up So yeah, take a copy of that and line up the the top pylon in your blueprint with the bottom pylon in what's already there, and place it again. So it overlaps. That's not overlapping nicely. You can tell because there's some red. So it must be another square up from that. Oh. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, there. So put another one in there, and maybe put in a third one if you want, or copy that again. And now so just sort of do this again and again until you've got a decent sized blueprint, and you can paste down as quickly as you want. So now you can copy all of that and do the same sort of thing again. Yeah, because then it'll be a lot quicker than doing sort of 2 pylons worth at a time. You can now do, what do you want? 1, 2, 3, 4 pylons worth at a time. So yeah, take a copy of all of that and do it again. So once again line up the pylons, and you can tell when you've got it lined up because they go blue if you're trying to put one thing over another thing. And hold down Shift for that, and it'll take. Yep, there you go. And now maybe put it in again, and then if you want, you can build up to make your blueprint as big as you want, like this, just by going, well, I want to have a 20 turret blueprint, or I want to have a 50 turret blueprint, or whatever's a convenient length to do it, because this is going to be quite a long wall when you've got it built.
Yeah, I can't see why trees are in the way.
Use the colour of the overlaps. So you see how you've got a blue highlights there. So that means the turrets are overlapping at least. I can't tell whether the pylons are overlapping very well because it's a bit too small on my screen.
I think it is. I think it's there.
Well, that is so. Oh, okay.
Oh, what just happened?
You might have just placed it. I can't really tell. It looks okay. It looks okay though, I think. Oh no, I think there might be one pylon missing. No, maybe it's right. No, I think it's right. So now if you zoom out, so you're in proper map view, you get the same sort of interface. You can still carry on putting. No, we're not quite that far. You still got the same sort of interface. You can see where they're going to overlap and still get the blue bits on it. So if you go up a few squares, no, zoom out one more. There you go. So when you're on this sort of view, if you move that up a little bit, until you've got the pylon is in blue, and you know the pylon is the one on the left. So go up again, and again, and again. There you go. So now because you've got you can see that you've got full inserter, turret, and then pylon and inserter have all gone blue. So if you hold down Shift and click there, then you can put in another chunk of it. And now if you zoom in again and take a copy of all of that, because you're doing it the way you're doing it at the moment is going to take forever, and copy the wall this time as well. And then you can carry on. You can put in bigger and bigger blueprints for it until you're basically all the way down to the bottom. And use WAS and D to scroll the view as well. Yeah, that looks all right. It doesn't matter if you get the exact ends of it because you're going to be overlapping these anyway by as much as necessary. Okay. So you grab that. Now zoom back out to the sort of what I'm going to call map view. Yeah, this sort of view. And then go down a bit further. And so now you can so now you line it up again in the same way you did before, and you can put that in. Shift. There you go. And then see how far down that's got. Okay, so that's going quite well. You're now probably about halfway, and so you see why I encourage you to get a bigger blueprint. There you go, and now you're 3/4 of the way. Yeah, that looks good.
Just click. Jen.
Right, and now to get the bottom bit.
Is this our defense?
Yeah. So to get the bottom, to get the last little bit of it, move it up higher, and you'll be able to see from the blue when you've got a full sort of because it's a repeating pattern when the pattern overlaps the right amount. So try and line up the bottom of your blueprint with that horizontal wall that's coming across from the other side, roughly. So you want to go up a bit more from there, a bit more, and then just try. There they go. The whole thing's in blue now. The whole thing's in blue, so you know you've got a good overlap there. So you can place it there. and it puts in that last little bit at the bottom.
Right.
And now you can, and now if you press R, you can rotate your blueprint as well. And you can now put it in. Now remember how you built the blueprint. You need the that little sticky outy nub on the right hand end is an inserter that needs to go up against another turret. But other than that, it doesn't really matter exactly where it is. So you don't need to poke that in.
Oh.
Control V.
I press Control V.
There you go. You'll need to rotate it again. Okay, so you need to poke that nubbin in against one of your turrets, if you can remember where those are. No, that won't work. Or yeah, zooming in might make it a little bit easier to think about.
Yeah.
I think you want to go. I think you want to go one more down. Actually, I can't really. I'm not sure. No, I think no. I take it back. I think that's right. Yeah, so put it there. And now you'll need to tidy up that bottom corner. So press Q to dismiss the blueprint. And that bottom corner, you need to finish that wall off. And there's an inserter trying to pass ammunition off to nowhere. So you want to get rid of that as well. Right, and that pylon at the bottom you probably don't need either. I'm not. It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, no, I'm not certain whether you're going to have enough coverage there. You may need to put. I'll check. Yeah, you haven't. Unfortunately, this inserter is no longer powered, so you're going to need to have another pylon in here like that just to get that one. But see how what we've done here. What we've done here is we've built a blueprint and then copied it in a bajillion times over to move it all the way, to copy it all the way down the chain, and you've really quickly and easily extended the defences all the way down here, because because of the power of blueprints basically. And now it's going to absolutely hammer your wall and turret and ammunition production for a little while, but that's okay. That's what all these things are for. Eventually, hopefully we're going to be building enough ammunition. It's going to get passed through quickly enough to deal with any of the attacks that we might see. We'll have to keep an eye on this. Because at the moment you just have the one assembly machine up here making ammunition that's being fed all the way down here. So it's going to take quite a long time to fill all of this up. But eventually this will start working, and we'll suitably defend the base. At least that's the plan.
Good. Are these a little bit redundant? Well, once they finish building.
Yes.
They're going to be a bit redundant.
Yeah, and they've also got a load of ammunition in them that you could potentially steal. So yes, they're redundant. But I'd say probably what you want to do is just let the bots finish off building what they're doing at the moment. Let that fill up with ammunition, and get to the point where it's stable again.
Quite far down already, actually.
Yeah, it's gonna fill from the bottom up. So look at the top ones to see where the shortages are.
Oh, okay. I thought it was filling the other way.
It's filling from the top, but it's like you're filling. It's like you're filling a glass up from a bottle. It all gets pulled all the way along. Yeah. Exactly, No Guard. Yes, the building with bots is fantastic, and it just makes things so much easier.
Yay! I can certainly notice the speed of what we how quickly we're getting through these projects now.
Yes.
And sort of side projects and stuff because the bots.
Part of it is that you're getting better at the game as well, but definitely a big part of it is using the bots to do all the construction because they're so much quicker.
It's actually been quite nice to have this extra stream today because doing it twice a week, I remember a little bit more about what I'm doing.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just a shame we don't really have, or you don't have the time to play more often. But life is what it is. So,
yeah.
Do what we must because we can.
Indeed. Right. So that's just gonna fill up.
Yeah.
Is there any stock in? Oh no, because the insert's going the wrong way. No, ignore me. I was just thinking because we've got.
Yeah, and you could, in theory, try and pull some of the ammunition out of those turrets to get them into the new turrets, but it's not going to be. It's I think at this point it's not really worth it because all the turrets down here at the bottom are now, well, they're fairly full. So it's not gonna do a great deal of good. Possibly when you later come on to put more turrets in along here, then we could just pull all the ammunition out of those ones and get it into the rest of into the system. That could work quite well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's done that for now. So shall we go back to what we were doing with the science?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, we've put that fire out. Hopefully, hopefully the next incursion by biters from over there will be fairly minor, and also there'll be some ammunition available to a turret when one comes running in. Yeah, it'd be nice if the turrets
would. Few now.
Yeah, it'd be nice if the turrets would get themselves into a sort of a loaded state before, so you can never take the last one out of them. But I'm not sure. Oh, actually, that said, it's filled up all the way to about here now, so it's filling up pretty quickly. And in the time it took me to say that, an extra 2 have filled up. So yeah, it's not doing badly.
Going quite quick.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And also notice the bots have repaired the steam engine over here that got destroyed. Because you've been making them en masse and putting them into boxes, the bots will come bring them out and build stuff up for us.
Happy days.
Mm-hmm.
Right, how are we getting back to the base?
I think it's just going to have to be run, to be honest.
So
it's like the coal train it's on its way down, so it's going to fill up and then head back up past us. How do you fancy trying to jump into a moving train?
I don't really.
Okay, then it's not that far to run back, to be honest. Run, 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 run. I might go back through that blueprint in a minute and put in lights all the way along it because I think that'll look cool.
Mm.
So we can see to defend ourselves at night, or the turrets can see the biters coming. Perhaps, I don't know. Right. So yes, we were. Oh no, we weren't up here. No, we were looking at the oil. We were looking at the oil.
We weren't.
I forgot. Oh, a car. I'm not going to try and drive a car through the middle of the base. That will not go well for anyone. Especially not the base. Oh, yes, you had your pipe spaghetti that you were working on. I remember.
It was. A bit of spaghetti.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, you got your heavy oil to here. This was your this is where your progress had got to.
Yes. Okay. So. I'm in the way of my own pipes.
Always the way. Always in the way.
Heavy oil in. And then... Oh, good. That was well thought out, Jen. How are you going to get that out
there? Oh, the joy of Factorio. It's the joy of Factorio. There's little bots flying along in a line.
Oh no, what have I done?
What are you gonna do? How are you gonna do that? Oh no, actually, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's all right. Going like that'll work. You can't go there. That's heavy oil. But you can go a bit further. Go underground again. Be easy.
A little bit further.
Easy, I tell you. No, not to there. Further, 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 further,
No,
further.
because that's going up. Then there.
Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, it's horrible and convoluted, but it works. Oh, dear. Yeah.
Getty.
Yes. So, yeah, you are now cracking. I hope you're proud.
I get the impression you're not.
I am sort of impressed in a sort of horrified kind of way.
Okay, so that was all to get the oil running better for the yellow science. Just quickly
Yes.
continue. Look it through.
Yeah. So you've now got. Yeah.
Yep.
So a slight consideration here. I'm not expecting you to necessarily do anything about it right now, but a slight consideration is that you're now attempting to turn basically all of your oil products into petroleum gas, which is good because you need lots and lots of petroleum gas. However, you do sometimes get through a little bit of heavy oil down here to make the lube. Now there is a lot of lube in this pipe, so it's going to be quite a long time until this becomes an actual problem. But at some point in the future, there is a risk that you might not have any heavy oil available to make into lube. Is this something you would like to worry about at the moment?
No, not really.
Okay.
I want to make yellow science.
For science!
I don't know.
Ooh, this is a very empty belt.
Oh.
Oh, this is the iron belt that goes off to be made into ammunition to fill up the that huge defensive bit we just built up. We just expanded.
Ah.
So it's just all of your iron is getting turned into ammunition at the moment. And it's
Right.
half full-ish. Right, so you've got a couple of choices here. One is you can go, I don't care, it's a brief transient thing while we're just filling all of that up. The other is to find a way to fix it.
Do you feel like it's a transient thing? Yeah. Chaos. Thanks, Quacky.
Like watching a car with no tyres driving down the road. Yeah, that's that comes when we play Manhunt, GTA Manhunt usually. Thing is, you could basically fix it by just slapping an upgrade planner over this furnace stack, because they're all using stone furnaces, and you've upgraded, and you've got, well, you might have upgraded steel furnaces. I don't know if you've sort of put them into the logistics system anyway. You probably haven't. But in theory, you could just upgrade them all to steel furnaces and blue inserters, and you get twice as much iron coming out.
Okay.
Probably.
Let's do that.
You're upgrading all the belts as well, which isn't going to happen for the red belt because you haven't got blue belts being made anywhere, and doesn't actually matter for the yellow.
It's worth upgrading the. Is that going to upgrade the pylon? No.
No. Pylons don't get auto upgraded. I think you can probably put them in a manual upgrade at Dewberry, but okay. So yeah, we don't have steel furnaces in the logistics system. So that's something you're going to need to make if you want to have steel furnaces. I guess we never bothered because they're a bit of a. The other possibility is to rip it all out and go for electric furnaces, but we probably don't have enough electricity for that. So steel furnaces are steel plate and stone brick, so you could make some of those somewhere probably.
Plate and stone brick.
Huh. I've just noticed that an electric furnace is exactly the same as a steel furnace, but with some red circuits as well chucked in, and some slightly more steel, admittedly. But basically, it's just the same thing, but with red circuits. You're going to try and spaghetti this in somewhere, aren't you? I can tell.
I was just looking at where we've got some stone bricks. Which is over here, I think. Are these stone bricks?
I found somewhere where
Are
I
they
could
the
put an
same
assembly machine that would make them without needing to put in any extra belts. I don't know whether I should show you or not, because you're just going to be encouraged.
What are the ingredients again?
Steel and stone. Steel and stone
things.
bricks, sorry. Steel plate,
Yeah,
stone brick.
stone brick.
Blue flower, red thorns. I mean steel plate, stone bricks. Oh, actually, here's an even better place. Just because I know how much you like convolution.
long inserter from here.
Yeah.
To pick that up.
Yes. Oh dear, it's awful.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm just enjoying encouraging you, I think, at this point.
Oh. Oh no, they haven't got any.
They should have.
Oh, are they?
They should have. I would hope so. Yeah, it's only... Yes, that's fine. It's still only the steel furnaces we're short of.
Oh no.
What's wrong with that? Okay.
Thinking about getting the stone in. How are you going to do that without a... Oh, I've got that side. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that side. Okay, yeah, that works too. I was thinking you're going to load them in from the left, but yeah, that's fine. But either's good. Oh, of course, you can't program the assembling machine without going up to it and poking it.
So I'm going to have to go back.
I mean, it's on the way back to yellow science anyway, so it doesn't matter.
This is true. It's true. Just run around the edge, but hey. We want steel fences. Did you?
Yes, I did that.
I did that with just thinking about it. That's impressive. Okay.
Sometimes I try to be helpful. Sometimes.
Did you?
Usually only just when I really want to throw you off, of course, but confuse you.
That's making them. Right. So. What was I doing? I was over here.
Oh, yes. This seems very familiar. He says darkly. I think you were
making sure that there was enough petroleum gas, which is when we ran over there to do that.
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Go in. Working through it. Right. Right. Where had I got to? So we've got... That's making blue circuits.
Yeah, those are your... got your flying robot frames.
So low density structure is where we'd got to.
Oh yes, you wanted to bring more petroleum gas up here so you can make plastic on site.
Make plastic up here. Yes.
That was it. Now I remember.
Yes. Petroleum gas and coal. Yes. And we just figured out where the coal was, I think, before the biter came and we had to run away. something, or something happened.
Yes. Yeah. There was a biter attack, and we panicked and went out and dealt with it.
Yeah. Right. Back on track. Okay. So let me run.
The ammunition has filled up in the stack, roughly opposite that biter nest we were worried about. We suspected was the one that was causing the issues. So it's, yeah. Are you going to make sure you don't get stone coming along there as well? Or are you going to just accept that a load of stone's going to come up this way too?
Will I need stone at all?
Not for yellow science. As to for whatever else you build up here, who knows? I have no idea what we're going to build up here.
That's not gonna work, is it? Is it gonna work?
What are you trying to do?
No.
I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at your screen.
I don't know. I was trying to figure out how to stop the coal coming in. Don't we need a splitter for that? The
Yes.
stone even.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Need a splitter.
Mm-hmm. Put it on the other side of the that gap. Yeah, there. Well, vertically doesn't matter. I meant over to the right, which is what you've done. Because otherwise, that way it's not full when you're trying to program it, and you don't get some stuff being spilt through.
Take this bit.
What do you want? Click on the filter. What do you want? What do you want to be fed through?
I want coal.
Right. So select coal. Third tab.
Intermediate.
And where do you want it? On the left side, which is where it is. So that's all right. Right. And you can see where the icon is on the splitter, so you know where the coal's going to go. There you go.
Excellent.
You probably don't want quite so much belt coming along here. I'd guess. Yeah. Well, I just no. Never mind. You do it where you want to do it. I'll not quibble.
Yeah, I haven't really decided where I'm setting this bit up, which I should have first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to take it up there, shouldn't I? Really? What am I trying to do?
Petroleum.
This is plastic.
The petroleum gas is right here, so it's not far away.
So yeah, I didn't need that much belt then.
Yeah.
I can do the plastic down here. Although, yeah. I'm gonna leave it as it is for the minute.
Okay.
So I might be able to repurpose the belt for the stuff coming off it, maybe, once I've set it up. So, what do I want?
Chemical plant.
I want a thing to cook it in. Yeah, chemical plant. One of them.
That's you've got 15 of them already.
Oh, I've got 15 of them, yes, I don't know why. Yeah. Right.
You'll need to stand a bit closer if you want to place it.
Just thinking of where to place it, really.
Okay.
Let's go to there.
Probably not there, because that's too close to the belt for you to put an inserter in.
Oh.
That's better.
Okay, and then tell it what to do. Plastic.
Right. Now you're plasticizing with gas. Gloop. I do like the purple smoke. I say this every time you put a chemical plant down, don't I? But it's still true.
Yeah. Right, what am I trying to make?
You are trying to make low density structures, which are on the 3rd tab and are on the left hand side. Second, yeah, that one.
Right, so that pulls out my plastic bars. And then a couple of plates and steel plates are up there. So I need to get plastic.
Where's steel? I don't remember seeing steel. I'm not doubting you, I just don't remember seeing it. Oh, there it is. Yes, you're right up here.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're quite right. I hadn't noticed it myself.
Steel's there. I'm just trying to work out where's best to build the next bit so that I know where I'm taking the belts to.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I've said a few times, and that it's probably best to think about the machines first and start putting the belts in afterwards, because that way you're less likely to tangle yourself up or run belts in odd ways.
I've got my copper plates are up there. Oh, actually no, they're here. I can use them from here. Not quite sure how I'm going to get the steel off that belt at the minute. Do it from up there, I suppose.
You can just bring the entire belt over. It's a slight waste of green circuits in that some of them will be sat on the belt, but you don't have to. You can just split the belt and run both types of things to wherever. That is okay.
Oh yeah, it's over here, isn't it?
Oh yeah, well that too, actually, yeah.
Steel. Copper. Plastic down there.
Ah, that upgrade of the furnaces to steel furnaces has it's done a couple of things. One is that the iron supply is now basically caught up and very, very healthy. However, it has meant that so much iron ore is getting used up that none of it's getting through to the engine factory. However, there is enough backlog of the various things, including iron plates, in the engine factory that hasn't been a problem yet. So I think this might be another of those transient problems that's going to go away again fairly soon.
Okay, that's good. Brain work. Where am I putting this? Where am I going to put this? Right. So I've got options because I've got the steel bars coming out here. Plates are here. And this will be here. Might make him. And then I'm gonna have to take the low density structures to wherever I'm doing the blue chips and stuff. I have to take them somewhere. So
yeah.
Yellow science. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we kind of wanna do what we did. I need a few.
Yeah, eventually you'll need to run a belt all the way down to the science park. But that's fine. You can bring it in here and join it onto this belt because it'll be your 6th type of science.
Yes.
But it will need an additional belt because that one's full of grey and purple. Shall I start running that belt for you, or rather getting the bots to run that belt? Because I don't think there's anything complicated in that. It's just a belt that
Yeah,
needs to be run.
please. Yeah. Okay. I think then we'll utilise this space over here to do the yellow science. So if we take I want to make it down here then maybe.
So that's your
Then I'll
plastic.
leave this area clear. Yeah. Okay. Where am I? There I am. Just out of reach of the pylon, that's annoying. Okay.
Yeah, it's always the way. The pylons are never quite big enough. You always run into little issues with them. Even when you get bigger and bigger and bigger ones in some of the mods, they're just never quite big enough. Right, you've got some plastic.
There's some plastic.
Mm.
So we've got plastic there. I've got some that there and some that there. So let's damn it.
You've placed it. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, think about what you're doing.
Oh. What? I don't know.
Right, so if you do that, what happens when the steel starts getting used down here? It doesn't get replenished because you're filtering the steel off to the side. So you've solved this problem before. He says trying to find somewhere where it's been done. You've definitely solved this problem before. Oh yeah, like here, for example. Just over to the west. On the same belt, in fact. Conveniently, you've left room for a second splitter in there.
Not handy.
Sorry?
So that's handy.
Yeah.
Where am I? I'm over here on somewhere. Yeah.
Found you.
So I need a bit of belt in between the splitter.
No. Nope, splitters can be joined directly together. Like, that's absolutely... That sort of thing, that sort of nonsense is absolutely fine.
Okay. So you... Do over here?
Yeah, so you have a pair of filters and then you set the filter on the second splitter.
Second splitter. That one does not want to filter.
Yeah. You've set
So
an output...
is the output priority fine?
I'd untick it because you don't want an output priority set, but it doesn't actually matter.
And then, so this one. Am I in map mode? And then this one is the one that was.
Yes.
Just because there's a...
It's because you plugged it in. So when you're setting up one of these things, if you put this splitter in first and program it, and then put this one in, then you don't end up with a little bit of the junk that you don't want on the other side of it. So you see now it's only letting the steel through, but some green circuits have already made it through. But you won't get any more green circuits through. There's just those ones that were in the splitter before you programmed it, or technically had gone through the splitter before you programmed it. But that's easy enough to clean up.
That's okay. Yeah. Right. Where am I taking this to? How far does these underground bolts go?
Okay, so that's steel and plastic. The other, okay.
Next. Working through them now. And then the other ingredient was the copper plates, I think.
Yes.
If I remember that right.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah. And I've got some right here.
Woohoo. Whoop, whoop.
So we're gonna need to do that same setup, I think, aren't we?
Yes. It's a bit crowded around here, but you could do something fairly similar. Okay, yeah, that works too. There we go. Iron and copper on separate belts. Lovely.
Happy day. Okay, now I put the machine down. Is it an assembly machine?
Yes.
Sense?
I think I can hear cogs turning, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out where to put this in relation to getting things in,
Okay.
specifically the iron belt. I can do it straight from underground. No, what am I trying to do? Work.
Yep.
Yeah. Chuck that in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to tell it to make these little dudes. And I want those going in there. What are these going in? These there. And take that there. There. And then hook this up. Not quite yet. Nope. Wrong way around.
Easily done.
Oh. There we go.
Right. Ooh. It's exciting. So exciting, I've zoomed all the way in. You say victory, it hasn't actually made one yet.
No, it's taking a lot. I'm just wondering, maybe put a speed module in?
Chug, 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 chug. Bing!
Oh,
First low density structure. Hooray!
This is a slow one, isn't it?
Yes. And the clue is in the recipe. If you look at it, it says 20-second crafting time. So. Yeah,
I'm gonna need more of them. Aren't I? Yes, I am. And
Let's
you
make
need
2 of them.
plan ahead. Good, good. Okay.
Oh, and a third one. Yes, this is a fairly slow process.
Yeah, and I should have thought ahead and planned to put lots in.
Yeah.
Because that's the name of the game. Didn't. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Time's head in shame. 2 millennia later, yeah.
Yeah, you'll have. Yeah, it's a couple of millennia. You might have a yellow science. Actually, how much did it take? It does only take 3 low density structures to make one. Sorry, it takes 3 low density structures to make 3 yellow sciences. So you only need one LDS for each yellow science you want. So it's some.
Some. It is some, but it's not enough. Okay.
Some is not many. No.
Some is not many. All right. I think I wanna do a little bit like I've done there.
So what's the next project? What are you going to do next? Apart from go for a ride on the belts.
I'm just looking at what I've done over here.
Okay.
Just looking at what I've done over here, so I can do something similar, I think, down there with the LDSs to make more of them.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I mean, you could copy paste that production facility, and then plug different and tell it to do different recipes. That is certainly a thing you could do. You might need to tweak the pylons in it, but other than that, it's mostly there and ready to go.
Yeah.
Let me do some tidying up for you.
Oh yeah. Thanks.
Oh. All right.
That'll work, and then I just need to sort those belts out and run them into the bottom belt.
Yep, that looks okay to me. And we don't need
They put
that.
pylons down first.
There apparently are enough pylons in the system to build this. We've obviously been all the ones we've been demolishing as we've been going around and tidying things up are now available to the robots for building more stuff. So it's actually okay.
Now I need to remind myself how to get on one.
Your favourite T-shaped thing.
Yes. This is my favourite T-shaped thing. Right. So that comes down. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, it's amazing what a soundtrack will do. Maybe I should have the should have music playing on the streams. I turned it off when I was making when I was recording videos because for the videos you don't want to have music playing because if I don't have music, then I can edit it however I want. I can go and edit the videos and skip bits without the music sounding weird. So I put the music in afterwards. But for streaming, yeah, perhaps I should have music playing. But the problem is I'd never remember to turn it off for when I'm recording a video because I know what I'm like.
That work?
Yes, although let me give you a tip. If you put this piece in last, then you guarantee, then you know you won't have any sort of mess and spill. So if you remember that that is supposed to be going there, but don't put it in yet until you put in the other until you finish off the other feeds, essentially. So. Yeah, all we need to make Jen playing Factorio seem epic is a banging soundtrack. Right, now you can put that piece in at the top, the linchpin. Because you see, if you hadn't put that one in last, then one of the other two would have had a corner and would have fed through and possibly gone onto the wrong side. If it had been the steel, it would have gone onto the wrong side. The plastic would have gone on the correct side, though, so you could have got round it, but the steel might have ended up in the wrong place. Anyway, these should not be making grey science. Well,
No,
they aren't making grey science. They can't, but they should be making something completely different. The cogs on the right hand side.
They're making the cogs on the right hand side.
All the way over to the right. More. Those ones.
Oh yeah, that's
recipe.
yeah. That's what I'm doing. Duh. Was these, wasn't it? And then what's that shortcut?
Shift right click to copy. And shift left click to paste.
Right.
And then you need to run along the line because you can't reach all the way.
Okay.
Right. That is a couple more mores, yeah. Yes, many more mores. Right, so that is kind of working.
Is that going to be enough?
Enough what?
Machines.
For the next 5 minutes, yes. For the next 10 hours, no. Who knows? To get you up to 1 million science per minute, definitely not. It's a very open-ended question that I can't easily answer, I'm afraid. It'll certainly get you some yellow science packs. Exactly, as No God says, it is never enough, but it can be enough for now.
Yeah.
But only for now.
I'll leave it like that because I can always expand that over that way, I think.
It's true.
If I need to.
Only
So
for now.
I'll leave that as is. And then I'm going to take these up there. Oh, trying to run belt without being there. Okay, no, right. Just remind myself what it is that I need. The flying frames and the low density structures. I've got them. So they're up there, they're in the middle somewhere, and they're down there. So.
Yep. And if only you had a convenient blueprint for a construction structure that requires 3 inputs. Yeah, copper load of you, Sky. I can do bad jokes too. It's kind of what I'm here for.
Isn't this different because it's science? Oh yeah, because I was making grey science, wasn't it? Before I changed it all to these. Yeah.
Yep.
So I can just copy this again.
Yes, or it'll still be in your pace buff.
That
If you,
won't-
if you just press Control V, you may well get it back. There you go. There it is again.
Right, so
I mean, you can rotate and flip these
Needs
things
to
if you want to.
be-
If you want them to be different ways round.
yes.
If you want to mirror it, you can do that with F. And obviously rotate with R, as you're very familiar with.
Give myself some space, I think.
Always wise. Yeah, some resources are expensive. Space is not one of them.
And then I need the flying robot dudes, and the microchips in, and the low density structures in. So,
There's something very satisfying about seeing just little fleets of robots flying in and building stuff, except when except that they then run out of battery life and go and fly back to a roboport to recharge. But in theory, it's very satisfying seeing a flight of robots coming in. Oh, cool! I'm glad I was able to teach you something, Sky. Yeah, I forever learn things in this game as well, so it's yeah, there's a lot to it. Belt, 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 belt. I feel like something's been forgotten here, but I'm not quite sure what yet, so I'm going to wait and see. The nice thing about science packs is they take long enough to build that it doesn't really matter if you have red inserters loading or unloading them, because the red inserters can easily keep up because everything is just so slow.
I'll put those onto there. And then we'll take this up here. There.
Looks good to me.
And then I want to tell it to make. Oh, yep.
Get it
one.
closer. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting good at this.
Make yellow cyan.
Left and right
Oh.
variants of blue. Yeah, the mirroring doesn't work with anything that uses fluids or stations, but other than that, yes, it's really, really useful for normal blueprints that are just assembly machines and belts and shenaniganery like that. Yeah, it's really handy. Do you want me to finish off this tea that where you're being safe and careful?
Oh yes, yes please.
Right. Once the blueprints are in, it's absolutely fine to do them at the same to put that in. You don't have to wait that extra bit of time as you did then. But I can totally understand you being careful.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that was all okay.
Yeah.
Oh, already got an issue, but hey, okay.
Ooh. Yellow science is yellow sciencing. I'd say we need a drum roll, but it's only less than the first one is only half complete. So.
Yeah, it's going to take quite a while, I think, to get them. We've already got shortages over here as well.
And first yellow science packs. Yeah. Woo!
Yay!
Whoop, 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 whoop. How exciting. That's good. That's a big leap forward. That is, it's not the final science pack, but it's the final normal science pack.
Okay. Sounds ominous. Normal.
Yeah, normal is known for being ominous, isn't it?
It's more the fact that sort of suggests the rest are abnormal.
Gosh, what could ever make you think that? Yes, well. I think these yellow lights aren't casting much light on the area. I think I might need to put some white ones in as well.
Yeah, they're a bit dark, so that's backing up. Because it's waiting for the... What's it waiting for? It's the
Okay.
blue chips. I think the blue chips aren't being made quick enough.
I think you're right.
What's the limiting factor?
The speed the machine works
Low.
at. It's just, yeah. These later, you've got onto the stage now. So you start off making really, really simple things like stamping a cog out of an iron plate or rolling an iron plate round to make it into a cog. Those are really, really easy, and these assembling machines can do them in about half a second. We've now moved on to the more complicated things like advanced processing units that are a little bit more complicated and take a little bit more effort for the machines to build, should we say? So yeah, it takes 10 seconds to make a processing unit or a blue circuit. It takes 20 seconds to build a low density structure. It takes 21 seconds to build three yellow science packs. So I suppose technically they only take 7 seconds each. But yeah, they yeah. Sky says you'll need to chip in some extra production. It's as bad as me.
Okay. I guess assembly machine 3s we've now got access to because we've done those. So that would speed it up a little bit more.
Yes, assembly machine 3s are about 50% faster. No, more than 50% faster than an assembly machine 2. So that would make things go a bit quicker. Like 50% quicker. You're thinking small again, though.
Is it worth... Oh, okay. Okay.
And it's definitely worth building assembly machine 3s. There's no argument there at all. But you might need more than that too. The first yellow science packs have reached the labs, so you can do yellow science-based researches now if you want.
And look at that, the research is finished.
So now you can do anything you want. You can do anything you pleases. Well, you can't do the red ones because they have prereqs. But there is now no science that you can't get to if you do its prereqs. You've got all the science packs now for doing normal sciencing.
Exciting. Exciting. I just feel like picking something with a yellow science just because.
Just because it's there.
Because I can. Anything useful? Personal robot port. Let's do that.
Personal robot port 2, isn't it? Yes, the Mark 2. So we have the Mark 1 version. That's Mark 2. That's fine.
I haven't used it yet. That's fine.
Sky's asking for a look at the factory. I can help with that. That's the core, the sort of the central part that's doing all the basic factorying stuff. We've got research labs down here, and the first 3 research packs being made down here, and then the grey science being made up here. Purple is in the middle over here, with yellow now being made over here. We've got a little engine sub-factory over to the side here. We've got a pile of spaghetti in the middle that's producing lots of stuff. Power down here, oil processing over here, which with some amazing spaghetti. And then a bit further out, we have a coal mine and an iron mine down at the bottom here, with the oil mine over here. Some auxiliary power over here, and that's about it. And then we've got some defences going up the sides as well, because it seems like a good idea. Okay, back over to you, Jen.
Okay, I was just started looking around to see where I could start building assembly machine 3s.
Okay.
And so that's as far as I got, and I'd just come over here because this is where I was doing assembly machines 1 and 2.
Yeah, because this is a telescopic recipe, isn't it? Yes, it requires assembly 2. It requires machine Mark 2s to make the Mark 3. Yep, so putting them in the same place makes sense.
Yeah. So that's where I'd got to. So I need assembly machines 2 and speed modules. I don't think speed modules are something that I think can...
No, you're making productivity modules down here in order because they're required for purple science, but I don't believe you've got speed modules being made automatically anywhere.
Okay, so that's something I need to make. I'm thinking another machine here to do the yeah. I'm just gonna shut this down. Ow, what's gone? Lamp is in the way.
No. Yeah, we can get rid of the lamp. That's not a problem. I'll do that. Since it's just been me going around scattering lamps everywhere. So now you can put a ghost there if you want for it to be. And the bots will... Once the lamp's been removed, the bots will put a machine, an assembly machine in there.
Yeah. I know it's not going to do anything for now. I'm basically popping it down so that
Yep.
I know where I'm trying to get to with the productivity modules. So now...
No, that's fine. That makes sense.
Productivity module, speed module even.
Yeah.
So they want red and green circuits like everything does. But, you know, why not?
Yeah.
Once I've got them, need to get. No, I can't. So once they're in here, I'm gonna need to get them out, take them to wherever the speed module, whether the yes, to the speed module is.
Still sorting out some power stuff. I missed what you were doing. Sorry.
I'm talking it through.
Good.
Because I'm thinking, and I didn't want to, you know, so I'm trying to talk.
Yeah, that's good.
Thinking out. Two assembly machine, two speed modules. So I need to send the speed modules into that machine that I've just set up.
Mm-hmm.
So I now need somewhere to make the speed module, which is electronic and advanced circuit, which is something that can be quite used quite a lot. So
yeah, red and green circuits are sort of the building blocks of a significant part of your factory, should we say. They're quite important. You can use them, and they get used in lots of places.
Yeah. It's lots. Just wondering if I... that's getting spotty, the green circuits on this one.
Yeah, just a bit.
I think I might need a new green circuit and red circuit making place, maybe.
Yeah, as it is, you've got quite a lot of different machines making green circuits in different places. But yeah, as you say, you've got them all. They're all feeding off to different places rather than having yes.
So we're making some green circuits here. And
Yeah, those are the ones that are being made into red circuits, aren't they? As I remember.
yes, I think they are. Because we increased that earlier on. Yeah. So I've got this going on down here. So I feel like I need a little new place to make these things.
Okay.
Okay. Where is that? Am I put it to the put my teeth in. Project to it's a speed module. Assembly machine anyway. Is up here.
It's an assembly machine to make productivity. It's an assembly machine to make assembly machines. Need an assembly machine to make speed modules. These are all true.
My poor brain is like, what?
Well, we have been playing for about 4 hours now, so no wonder your brain is running out. Is feeling tired.
Yeah, getting a little bit. Ooh. We've got some copper down there because we need copper. We need these. Loads of red chips here, actually. I'm not in map mode. No, I am in map mode.
Yeah, if you're seeing like this, then you're definitely in map mode. You've got all the highlights turned on as well, which is I don't know if that's making it easier or not, harder to tell what's going on.
Yeah, there is actually quite a lot of red chips on these belts. It's the green chip.
Yeah, at the moment there are. Yeah, you've got quite. Yeah, you do seem to be absolutely fine for red circuits. They are being made faster than they're being used.
It's the green ones on this belt.
Yeah. Have you worked out where they're all going? Why there's such a shortage of green circuits?
That's what I'm just trying to work out now. Yellow science, isn't it?
Indirectly, yes. Have a quick look at the recipe for blue circuits. You can look at it in the inventory construction thing. Just mouse over it and it'll tell you what it is.
Oh, it's taking 20 electronic circuits.
Yeah, so it's taking even with only one machine making blue circuits, that is using up 2 per second. Well, it's a second-ish. The assembly machine isn't quite full speed, but you're getting through about 2 a second just in that one assembly machine trying to make the blue circuits. They're pricey, those blue circuits.
They are. I dump these in there.
Yes.
So I've got a load in my inventory.
You can do. Yeah.
Control click?
Yes.
Is it control click?
Yes. And you can do the same with the red ones if you want as well.
Yeah.
And you've got some low density structures. You might as well put them in one of the yellow science making machines. Not that low density structures are the limiting factor at the moment, but you might as well get rid of them.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. And you could put those batteries into the machine making the flying robot frames as well. So just empty your inventory out a bit because it's silted up a little bit again.
Yeah. Into which machine? This one.
The one making the flying robot frames.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, you can see the belt with the batteries on it just above it.
Okay.
Oh, and those 8 productivity modules you've got, you should probably put those in your labs, because then research will become a little bit cheaper.
There's what, sorry?
The productivity modules, the red modules we've got over on the left-hand side there, if you put those in your science labs, then your science will cost you fewer science packs in order to do the science. you remember the productivity
Oh,
ones are
okay.
the ones that get you free stuff when a machine runs,
Yes.
which is always nice.
Okay.
So you can
Down to my labs.
yeah, you should if you're trying to min max Factorio, which you're not really because you're sort of just playing as a beginner. You should always have the best productivity modules you can afford in your science labs as a priority. Due south. And then you should also you probably also want to have productivity modules in the machines making your science packs, particularly the expensive ones, because again you get free stuff from it.
Just put them in these boxes.
Yeah, or just take them out and then control click
One.
and drag along the whole row. Oh, but start from the right hand end,
Okay.
just because that's the end that's more likely to run. So you've done the first one already. We did that one ages ago. So control click on the next one, the next machine. There you go. Put 2 productivity modules in there, and there you go. And now you've run out. You could go and get some more, actually. They're being made with the purple science. But this means now if you mouse over one of those, you'll see it says productivity plus 8% over on the right-hand side. And that means every time it runs, if you... I suppose let me come down there and check this to make sure I get this right. But if you click on one of the labs, so you open it up and have a look inside it. Maybe one of the ones that's actually running. Because it doesn't seem to show. It was not showing it on that one at least. So that green bar is how much of a research it's done, and the purple bar underneath it is how much of a free research you've gained from productivity modules. So in a moment you'll get some more science packs down there and it'll run again. You're just waiting for them to arrive at the moment. But when they go in, you'll see that the purple bar grows at the same time as the green bar, but much more slowly. That is your bonus free research happening. And if you put productivity modules into assembly machines, then you'll see the same sort of thing. See, you can see it's growing at 8% of the speed of the main bar, and when that fills up, you get a free science. Or if it's a machine that's actually building something, you get a free item, so that an extra one of whatever it is will come out. So for the yellow sciences, for example, which are really expensive to make, if you put a load of those productivity modules in, you'll get some extra ones free every so often, and that'll save you an absolute fortune in ingredients. So it's very worth doing. Yes, as Astrid said, we all love free. Yes, we love free. All love free stuff. Free stuff is the best sort of the best price for stuff. It does cost you in red and green circuits to make the productivity modules, but for anything remotely advanced, they pay for themselves very quickly, and they're being made here in these machines for purple science. So you can just grab a load off the belt, really, and then get. Probably a load more than that. Oh, he's going to the end to grab. Okay. And they are.
How many have I got? 17.
Okay. Yeah, that might be enough. Well, you've got. Let's see. You've got about 5, 6, 7. You've got 7 machines theoretically making yellow science. And actually, you've got some machines over here making purple science as well. Now, the downside I haven't mentioned of productivity modules is they do make the machines run more slowly. So I don't think that affects labs, although I'm not 100% sure about that. But for example, if I put some productivity modules in this assembly machine here that's making the purple science at the bottom, it'll just eat them because that's how it works, because it's an ingredient from. There we go. If I put those productivity modules in there into the machine, if you mouse over it now, you'll see that the productivity is plus 8%, but the speed is minus 10%.
Right.
So it's running at only it's not running as fast as it normally would, but it is generating free stuff. So you can compensate for that with more machines basically, or with speed beacons later on. But at the moment, I'd say just chuck productivity modules in things that are making expensive stuff, and then put more and then put in more machines if they're still too slow. So I'll do these ones. Oh, I know you've done them. Okay. Even better. Also, tier 3 assembly machines you can put more modules into, so you can get even more free stuff.
Boom.
Yes. So for purple science, turns out productivity modules are one of the ingredients. So if you just control click on it, then they go into the ingredient slot rather than. So you can grab them back out of the ingredient slot there. Open that machine back up again, and grab them from the ingredient slot. That's right, and then put them in the bottom there. There you go. The
I'll
number of
put the
times
rest back into my inventory.
Yes, the number of times I've done that, you're certainly not alone. Right, and now you can come over and put them into the yellow science machines as well. And as I say, remember it'll make all these machines run more slowly, but you'll get extra free stuff. So when the problem with the machine is that you don't have enough inputs being made for them, then putting productivity modules in them is fantastic. If the problem is that you've got plenty of inputs available, they're just not running fast enough, then it's more annoying. This one doesn't take productivity modules as an input, so you can just control click and on the machines and just drag them down the line. Right, so the top one's got them. There you go. Oh.
They all go.
Yep, so they're all now running at plus 8% productivity, which is nice.
Awesome.
Now there's another sort of another little minor proviso of these things. Anything the game considers to be a final product, which basically means buildings, it will not let you put productivity modules into. It's a little bit arbitrary, but you can't use productivity modules to make roboports for free, for example, or assembly machines or stuff like that. It's a little bit weird. I don't know why they've bothered with that, because it doesn't make that much of a difference, but they have. The funny thing occurs when you go through and try and productivity module all of your science production. You say, well, I want to make productivity module some of the earlier stages as well. And so purple science, for example, takes electric furnaces as an intermediate for it. But the game considers those to be a final product, so you can't productivity module them. But most of this doesn't really matter. The most important things are productivity moduling your science production and your science labs. So everything goes a bit further.
Right. I need to sort out green circuits, I feel.
Yes.
Those I do. Makes green circuits it's the copper plates, I think, isn't it? And iron and copper. Copper cables.
Copper plates to be made into copper cables and iron plates. Yes.
And then and iron plates. Okay. And I feel like I need to move out and do it somewhere outside to make sure that I can run many machines.
That does make sense.
Yeah,
you've got a load of space over to the northwest. You've got a load of space over in the east. You've got a bit to the south. There's quite a lot of room available. I just need to decide a couple of things. One is where you consider the edge of your base to be, and the other one is there's loads of space around. Basically, you have an infinite world to play with, so you don't feel you need to cram something into a small space just because it's there.
Yeah. Okay. This area over there that we cleared as well. Over here. Right. Feel like we've got enough red circuits though.
Does feel that way at the moment. Yeah, there's they are not, the red circuits do not seem to be a problem right now.
No, it's the green circuits that are really true. Okay. Let's make some more up here, I think. Green circuits. So just wondering if I've got an area that I can sort of copy and then use as a starting point.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah. You haven't built up a bulk production area for green circuits yet.
No, I haven't.
So I would say when you're building this, think about expansion potential, because you're probably not going to build it big enough, and you'll want to make it much bigger.
Okay. Right. With that in mind, then maybe I do need to pick a bigger space land.
I've just noticed a weird, very straight piece of coastline. It's just.
Yeah.
I don't think we've done anything weird with map gen for that, or that isn't. We haven't built that ourselves. It's just a weird bit of coast that happens to be really, really straight.
Yeah, I've got right. Tell you what, let's do it down here. Quite a bit of space down here. So.
Okay.
Do I need? So not no, don't I? Although that's fine because I can place ghosts. It's fine. I know you can't reach. It's fine. Right. So I'm gonna need the what am I going to move down here? Am I going to move
So a suggestion: building with ghosts inside a roboport can be a little bit annoying because you'll find the bots will come out and they'll start building things, and those things will get in the way when you try and move them. So I suggest you either build with ghosts outside roboport coverage and then copy paste it into where you actually want it to be in the end, or you go down there and you build things by hand because then you can put them down and pick them up fairly quickly. So yeah, find an area where the bots won't build it, and start sketching things out there, and then copy and paste it into the other area if you want. Or, as I say, if you prefer, you can just go down and wander down there and just build stuff by hand. Either of those is good, but building inside a robo area will probably just get frustrating because things will get built, and then you'll go, oh, that's in the wrong place, and you'll tell the bots to delete it, and it'll take them forever.
Maybe I'll just go down there.
Okay, that is the other option. I have been fairly good about expanding the robo network to cover most of the area we've explored. Actually, I say that there's a huge area out over to the west that's radared but not roboed.
Okay.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Regular. I was sort of waiting to see whether she'd pick up on it as well, and so far, not so much.
Oh, because no, I've just run out. Because they're still. You mean this bit over here?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the
These
one.
furnaces.
Yes.
Doing the inserters as well.
Yeah, and you might as well get the belt up the middle as well while you're at it. So just do the. To be honest, just
what?
The belt up the middle. You can upgrade to a red belt as well. That'll probably be useful, because then you'll get more of the ore being brought in. I can make sure you a bit more. Yep, there you go. Oh, and get that little bit of belt in the top of the T junction as well. Otherwise, there's no point in upgrading all the rest of it. Yeah, that bit.
Why is it upgraded that random bit to blue? Oh,
because you dragged over that as well. So right click on it, I think. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
All right. So that's good. That'll
Okay.
that'll double the amount of copper you get out now, which is quite nice. Which is a hefty upgrade.
Excellent.
100% is a good percentage to get to upgrade by. We like that sort of thing.
Right. Just getting it into my head again. So, iron plates, copper cables. So I need a machine to do the copper cables in, which is just copper plates. And bring the iron plates down. Okay. So if we... Here. And here. And then if I run Iron.
Do you want to program the machines so you can tell? So when you look at them, you're reminded of what each one is supposed to be
Yeah,
doing.
that's a good idea.
Make things a little bit easier.
And okay. So that picks from the belt there, sticks directly into there, and then that comes off there. But I need to get steel in there as well. So not steel.
Iron.
Iron.
Yeah. It's
So
one every half second.
how do I get that out? Where can I take it to? I can. Magic GC numbers.
No, she's not been worrying about maths. And to be honest, this is close enough that I'm not too worried about it. For some of the other ones, like when we did the engine production, the numbers, the ratios for cogs and pipes versus engine production machines was so wildly out. I said that one was worth thinking about a bit. But here it's close enough. It's not going to matter. It doesn't matter too much.
Just looking to see if I've done what I'm trying to get done here elsewhere, just to get it in my head about how I can set it up.
Yeah, you've got
Probably
that similar sort of
overthinking it.
setup here, in that it's making the circuits, but all of these you seem to have an iron and a copper belt running past the two machines that are then, so it's a bit different from what you're trying to do at the moment.
Yeah, this is the sort of setup I think I'll need though to get. If I get the copper and the iron plates onto one belt, so that I can have one belt running along one side and then just the output on the other side. That's what I was...
You could do that, yes, yeah, if you want.
But then this is in the wrong place.
You don't have to have your iron and your copper coming in on the same belt.
No, I guess the other option is to run another belt down there, and then do a long-handled inserter to put the output onto a different belt.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah. Good news, regular, is I don't design cars, so you'll probably be all right with that one. I just drive them.
Belts. Have ghost belts. Oh, what am I doing? Don't do this.
You do know. What are you doing?
What am I doing? Right.
I mean, so far you're doing.
There.
I think you're doing it right, but.
My plan is to design it and then copy it.
That's good. That's how you're supposed. That's how you're supposed to do things. So yeah, I very much approve of that.
Some pylons, medium pylons. Yeah. Oh, Control Z is it to undo?
Control Z to undo. Yes.
Stuck like it.
Oops. You'll have to do it repeatedly because you stuck quite a lot of inserters in. There we go. Tidy.
There we go. Tidy up after myself. Right. Are they medium? A medium pylon?
I don't often get a chance to drive the speed limit. Normally there's too many other cars in the way.
Right. Oh, it's going to be a problem, isn't it? 'Cause
Well, depend. You either put them across the top like that, and then you can have two machines pylon, two machines pylon, or you put them. So yeah, you either do that to get two. So you only need to use two pylons, and then you have machine pylon like that, or you put the pylons sort of in here in the gaps between them like that, which means you need three pylons across to cover everything. But you can get three. But that way you can, if you try, get 3 machines worth of inserters and things under each pylon. So it's up to you which way you want to do it.
I think I'll go
Okay.
as option. And okay. If I copy that now,
You haven't finished it yet, so I wouldn't copy it yet.
then I need.
I recommend you do as much as you possibly can to get it finished before you start copying. You're not loading iron in at the moment. That's what you missed out. Because you've got a belt coming in that's presumably the belt you're standing next to is presumably going to bring copper in, which is being loaded into the wire machine to make made into cable, which is being loaded into the next machine to be made into green circuits, and then which are then being unloaded onto the belt. But there's nowhere for the iron plates to be brought in. Okay, and where are the green circuits going to go?
I don't want to take my goods down.
I mean, as is always going to be the case, I have opinions about this sort of thing, but me telling you how I do it is not the point of all of this. So
I'm doing it a different way than you would.
usually, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. If you put some more belt in like that, then it'll be easier when you copy paste it.
Oh yeah.
Because you'll need that bit as well. Okay, I'd say you can now copy that. Don't copy the pylons yet because you don't need them for the first or for the second one. But then you want to put pylons in for the next bit, and then you can copy more of it at a time.
Okay. Just there.
Yep. That's good. Right, so that's 2. Now you will need a pair of pylons underneath those. So what you could do actually now is just copy the whole thing. Yep. And then basically put in as many of those as you think is a sensible number. The limiting factor on a system like this is going to be how much comes in on the belts. So eventually, if you put in an infinite number of these, then you wouldn't be able to get enough copper or iron in down the belts to satisfy them all. So that's good. That's the limiting factor. But you can certainly do a fair number. Oh, and you'll need to stick in a couple
more than
of.
This?
I couldn't say off the top of my head. You'll have to play with it and find out. And you can always upgrade the belts later if you decide you wanted to go faster as well. And when you've put enough in, remember you need another couple of pylons at the bottom. And then you're going to need iron and copper being fed in massive quantities. Well, significant quantities, certainly. So. I'm kind of surprised we haven't had power problems again. I guess we did quite a big upgrade last time. So even all of the extra stuff we've been building hasn't been enough to use up all of the power. There was a big spike an hour and a half ago though when I built a load of roboports. Or maybe that that'll probably be when we built this wall actually, and the roboports were the robots were really busy.
Right. Need to get my copper.
Yeah, that is not a happy copper supply. Is that what you were humming about?
Yeah, a little bit of that, and I was just wondering whether, yeah, I was sort of thinking maybe it's worth me setting up another iron plate making place as well, because we've got, but then even this is running quite quickly. But then it's running quickly and it seems to still be like, generating enough. So maybe it's fine. It's just using a lot.
Yeah,
But yeah, this isn't. I'm gonna have to go and see what's going on with the iron, I think, because
I take it you mean copper. Given where you're going.
copper. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did. Right, these are not doing anything anymore.
Nope. So you remember I said earlier in the stream you were down to 100,000 copper ore. You're now down to 75,000 copper ore. So you've used a quarter during this stream, since whenever it was that I said that, you've used a quarter of what was left.
Right. We need to tap another patch then, I think, very shortly. What's that? That's some dead bodies.
Yeah, there's some. I was going to say some dead patches. Yeah, there's some dead patches in the middle of this patch that aren't ever going to get mined up because of where the drills are placed. But even putting more drills in, even rearranging the drills on there, it'll come out a little bit quicker. But there's still only going to be 75,000 in there.
Yeah, and we've got. I think maybe. I mean, it's probably not something for this stream, given the time.
True.
I think maybe the
next time it's time to go out and going off looking for some more copper. Yeah, that makes sense.
Which will probably mean like getting involved with biters because they're all near biters. I mean, this is the closest, but then you've got this one that's got a heck of a lot more. So it's kind of like
agreed. It's good three. It's almost 4 times the size. So and they're going to be equally simple to get. So you might as well go for the good one.
Yeah.
And if you decide you want, you could potentially go off this wall here and just build a wall across here, and then maybe up here, and just claim that entire area. Yeah. That wouldn't be too difficult. There's only 2 biter nests in that area, and neither of them look huge. So we should be able to do that.
Yeah, that's a big one down there.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a habit of growing if you just leave them.
Yikes. Okay.
Perhaps for the moment, it would be worth if you redoing that. Just pull up all those mining drills, put them down again, so that they're actually covering all of the copper, and you'll get a bit more out, and it'll last a little bit longer. Certainly won't do any harm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
pack them in as close together as you can, basically.
Right. How am I going to do this? There.
So when you see when you're holding a mining drill, do you see there's a sort of a blue highlight around it? That's the area that it'll mine from. So it will actually mine one square outside itself, which means you can put a row of drills with a belt out on one side and pylons on the other side, and it will get the entire patch. So if you put a second row in like this... Oops. Not sure what I did then. Then... yeah, the bits in between these along here will still get mined up. They won't get ignored.
Okay, so that one's getting that.
However, I have cut the power off because I was moving stuff around.
That's not doing anything anymore. Let's get that one up. There's nothing left in that patch. This one's... oh, yeah. Let's do that.
Right, I think that's pretty thoroughly covered now. So that should pull out all of the other remaining 75,000. Sorry, 73,000. We've used another 2 since I last looked.
Yeah. That's a definite job for next time.
Yeah. Running out of copper is slightly less serious than running out of iron, because it doesn't mean you will immediately lose your base to the biters in quite the same way. But it is bad because it is an important resource, basically.
Yeah.
I've noticed...
oh, that one's out.
Oh yeah, that was quick.
Already. What were you going to say? You noticed?
Yeah, in early game Factorio, I feel like most of what you use is iron, and then in late game Factorio, you get through far more copper, which is yeah, well, just as basically when you start making the more advanced circuit types, suddenly you start using huge amounts of copper. Oh, my dinner has appeared. Thank you very much.
Well, it's the time you said to cook dinner, so I did.
Yep. So we've I said we'd be finishing about 6:30, so my dinner has just appeared. Yeah, you're quite right, Nogard. Yes, it's the it's all of the circuits you need later on, and and as you say, the low density structures. They will just rip through massive quantities of it. So, yes.
Right. How much more do we want to?
Well, that's up to you. My dinner has just arrived, so I'm going to start eating it. But that doesn't mean you can't carry on playing. I'll just sort of occasionally wave a chopstick at you. Yeah.
Probably going to wet this soon, but
Especially if you feed that onto into the blue science belt.
yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what it is. It seems to, it's cod and noodles, but I'm not beyond that. And it's got some other veg in it, and it sort of is, you know, kind of fishy. But I couldn't tell you exactly what it is. But it's certainly noodly.
Oh,
Which probably means I'm going to make a horrible mess of myself. But oh well. Oh, hello, Peter, or welcome back, Peter, perhaps I should say. Yep, we are indeed still going. It's only been slightly longer than a normal stream at this point, but we were talking about finishing at around this sort of time, because I have plans later this evening. However, my dinner has just turned up, and Jen is still quite happily going, so I'm not going to make her stop, because, well, why would I? Noodles are all tangled together and I can't get them out. Also hot. Something's gone very wrong up here.
oh no.
There's supposed to only be copper on one side of that belt.
What have I done?
I'm not
It's the splitter, isn't it, that I put in? I put this splitter in. It's the splitter.
I don't see how that splitter would have done that, though. It shouldn't have done. For some reason, there's copper on...
Oh, I changed something around here.
Ah, right. Well, the good news is you can fix it with just one piece of belt.
With one belt?
Yes. One piece of belt, we'll sort it out. We'll make it go onto just one side. You'll then have to tidy up what you've the mess you've made, but you'll at least be able to sort it out and stop it occurring and getting any worse. Basically, you need one of your favourite T-junction things, but with stuff only coming in from one side. So that the cogs that you're standing by at the moment can still be put onto the bottom side of the belt. Or the right side of the belt. So you need to make sure, somewhere along here, you need to make, or from here in fact, somewhere along there you need to make sure that the copper is only put on the left side of the belt.
Okay.
Sort of, kind of. I mean, you could go with that and sort the problem out, but there's a couple more steps needed. That is the same step. That is doing the same thing, just doing it slightly more. Oh, actually, no, that is fixing it. Sorry, you're doing it right. Yes, spot on. I think yes, that will do it.
Hey.
You need to clear up the copper that's on the bottom side of that, or the right hand side of that belt, but and a bit further along as well. Basically, all the way up to where where the machine is trying to put a cog into it. There you go. Okay, there you go.
Probably around on belts. Okay.
Right, there you go. That's fixed that. So now you have your your copper supply has made it down to your new green circuit factory, and that has severely plundered your copper supply. But never mind, that's what the copper supply is for.
Yes. Yes. So then I just need the plate. Which I can put over here.
These are quite fancy chopsticks, which means they're really, really slippery. And therefore it's quite hard to pick food up with them. I am competent, but not an expert with chopsticks.
No, not that way.
Fourth time lucky. Ooh, I'm in the way. That's quite cool. As you laid that belt, I could hear the stereo of the audio stereo. I could hear the belts being laid in my left ear and then in my right ear as you went past. Oh, this is looking very promising.
Once they've built that, I think that will then be working to get chips. Chips. Oh, now I want chips.
I've got noodles. Does that count?
Right. Okay. So, I'm kind of thinking once that's kind of finished building, that might be a decent time to call it for tonight.
Yeah, let it run a little bit and see whether you have any. Oh, I was going to say let it run, but then it's just going to back up its output belt, so it's not going to make a lot of difference. But then it'll give you a feel for how much copper and how much iron it's capable of chewing through, and you can think about whether there's any other issues with it. Like that, there you go. You see, you've already found a potential problem with it. It's already filled up the belt or the half belt here, and the machines below me aren't actually being used. But that's a problem we can talk about on in the next one. Do you want to play on Monday or will it be Wednesday for the next one?
It'll be Wednesday.
Okay.
Unless my meeting gets cancelled on Monday, I'm busy on Monday. But,
okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, it'll have to be Wednesday.
Okay. Right. So, well, you've definitely made some progress though. You've made some yellow science. You've started doing some yellow research as well. You've made a load of green and sort of a new external green circuit production facility. So that's going well. And of course the fix on the engine units earlier. So yeah, I think it's been a productive stream. Let's have a quick look round at what's been going on. So the first big thing was this engine unit production system over here, where we've got iron ore being brought in, and then from iron ore, we're making engine units that are being poured out over here, and are then ready to be made into blue science. There's been some expansion up here, so we've now got low density structures being made, we've got blue circuits being made, and those are being passed over to here to make yellow science, and we've made some of those. It's currently limited by the blue circuits, which are limited by the lack of green circuits, which is why Jen's been building up this system down here. So I think that's been some good progress. We had a minor crisis with the biters down here when they came over to chew on a steam engine. So we utilised the magic of copy and paste to build this ridiculously long defensive wall that comes all the way down here and across here. And that has, as far as I can tell, has repelled any future attacks. So that's nice to see. And it took a while for it to fill up with ammunition and wrecked the iron production while it was doing so, but it has now caught up and we've filled up to 10 magazines in each one of these turrets, so that's working nicely. And so next time, yes, I think it sounds like we're going to be going off looking for some more copper, because we're now down to 68,000 over here, so we've got through 5,000 of that since I last mentioned it a couple of minutes ago. But fortunately, there's a patch of 7.2 million down here, so I think we're going to be going after that. Hopefully, Jen's written all of this down so she remembers it, and we'll know what to do next time. So we'll be back on Wednesday. There was a video came out on the channel yesterday for supporters, and that video will be coming out on Friday for non-supporters. There'll be another video sort of a week behind that as well. I've got a couple of them in the pipeline at the moment, so that's going reasonably well. And I shall be back for a stream of some description on Monday. Haven't decided what yet, but I'll come up with something, so should be around then. And then another stream. Then the final stream of Jen's First Factory will be on Wednesday, because the new Factorio expansion is coming out the week after that, and so I'm going to be playing that as much as I possibly can before I disappear on holiday. So I'll have a couple of streams of that from the 21st and the 23rd, and there'll be videos coming up here and there as usual. So yes, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been good to have you around. Yes, I think things have been going pretty well, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, No God. We'll see you later.
See you next time.
Bye bye.